The NHL draft has come and gone. Gavin McKenna went first overall to the Maple Leafs, and as much as anyone thought we'd see a trade from the Sabres, they made every selection on the board, including 2 picks in the first round, Daxton Rudolph at 4 and Ilya Morozov at 20. For breakdowns on them and the other Sabres selections, you can visit the pieces up on our website, WGR550.com. Also, last night, Sportsnet's Elliot Friedman reported he assumes it will be finalized today, but he heard that Beck Malenstein will re-sign with the Sabres around 6 years, $3 million per year. Again, reportedly. We're into the round of 32 in the World Cup. Yesterday, Canada beat South Africa 1-0. Today, Brazil and Japan, they play at 1. Germany and Paraguay play at 4:30. And the Netherlands, they play Morocco at 9. Looking around the NFL, Brandon Ayuk said he will not return to California if there is indeed a warrant out for his arrest. After the NFL declined to have a supplemental draft, the CFL announced it will not allow teams to sign former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby. And speaking on the New Heights podcast, Zach Ertz said he's doing everything he can to get back onto the field this season. We have a Monday playoff in the PGA as the Travelers Championship heads to the 6th playoff of this season, featuring Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland tied at 21 under. The playoff begins at 9 this morning. Format is playing hole 18, repeated if necessary. Scheffler 2-2 in playoffs, and Hovland is 1-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
The Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from the Prince Albert Raiders, Daxton Rudolph.
Big guy. Got some jam to him, too. Grit. Plays hard.
The Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from Miami University, Ilya Morozov.
Couldn't stop talking about the character of Ilya Morozov. It's a pretty impressive story that he's come from Russia and hardly spoke any English, and now he's an A student. And
it was, Yarmo's pretty clear about this, and he's been doing it for a long time. You're first and foremost, you have to continue to feed the pipeline all the time. If you don't draft well, your organization is going to suffer, pretty quickly.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR.
All right, everybody. Happy Monday. It's going to be hot.
Yeah.
Really hot. Heat indexes of 100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Find your shade today.
Get your shade. Does that mean I can throw shade at people and they'll say thank you?
Yeah, it's a shade day.
Yeah, let's throw shade
An
at
all
everybody.
shade day, no matter what that means. Yes.
All right, I'm into it. Jeremy and Joe. Joe Cali producing. Owen's off today. He's back tomorrow. And we are off to, the NHL free agency and all that good stuff. And news of a Beck Malenstein extension being imminent.
Mm-hmm.
A weekend of the draft. We had a lot of stuff.
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
Not that much.
A lot of, rumor stuff.
Yeah, I don't know where to begin. But other than it's going to be hot out. It's going to be hot out. And I watched the Canada game, which was thrilling. Good for Canada.
Yeah, in stoppage time. That was cool. Good in a home stadium too, which is cool. It was in Vancouver, the game yesterday.
No, it was in SoFi. They were not at home.
Wasn't it at home?
No, because they didn't win their group. They had to play on the road.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so it's in SoFi.
Yes.
It's one of the things.
There were a lot of Canada fans,
right.
so it would have been easy to miss that.
In football, it's kind of easy to identify the field because the field has names on it. In soccer, it's like, that's probably Vancouver.
Right.
No. All right. I know what I will start with before we get to the hockey. This is proof that asterisks in sports don't exist and never will.
Mm-hmm.
All these teams getting their first ever knockout stage win. There's an extra round.
Oh,
there's a whole extra round.
Yeah.
Oh, this team has made the knockout stage for the first time. Yeah, they let 8 more in.
Yeah.
And
it's kind of like the team that wins their first ever March Madness game, and they did it in Dayton, Ohio on a Tuesday in the play-in.
Yep. So you got more teams in there, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Canada. Just this is proof asterisks aren't real. We don't really use them. Who else is going to get their first ever knockout round win in forever? It's like if the Sabres had ended the drought in the COVID year when they let 24 teams in the playoff. Maybe this is different. So anyway, good for Canada. Team USA plays on Wednesday. We're going to talk with Nick Mendola maybe today and Wednesday and Thursday. Our segments have been great. Love talking to Nick. The U.S. draw is going to be Bosnia first, and then the winner of Senegal and Belgium, which I think will be Senegal. And I think
Yeah, you do.
I do. Yeah, Senegal's very good. They were third in a very good group.
Belgium is old.
Belgium does not look great, and Senegal could certainly beat the U.S. I was listening to the Athletic.
Be a good little bet for you because Belgium is favored minus. You can get Senegal plus 136.
Okay, I don't mind that.
They're an underdog.
I think the U.S. will be an underdog to either team. Maybe.
I think they're favored against Senegal slightly, and I bet they're slightly underdogs against Belgium. That'd be my guess.
The Athletic FC podcast I been listening a lot. They talk, not just U.S., but everybody, referred to Senegal as a team that would beat the U.S. 7 out of 8 times.
Wow.
Yep. So,
really?
Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, I think they're decent, but okay, that's some praise.
Yeah.
7 out of 8 times.
7 out of 8 times.
Interesting. They played in a friendly. It was one of the 2 friendlies before the World Cup, and the U.S. beat them.
They scored 2 early and then held on to win 2-1?
3-2.
3-2. Yeah, it went from 2-0 to 2-2. Whatever.
That was the one time, I guess.
It was a friendly.
Which means that Senegal will win the next 7 by that logic.
That's bad news. You don't like
that.
that?
They won the game before.
You don't like to hear that. Anyway, in a stunning upset, the NHL draft was a lot of rumors about craziness and just teams picking players, which is what it is almost every year. Mm-hmm. We probably should have been well prepared for that. They're just going to pick their players. And fine. That's fine. How much do I want to really disagree with what Jerry Fortin there said in the open? If you don't draft well, your team's going to suffer pretty soon. No, they won't. Not if they're good. Vegas does not draft well. Vegas doesn't draft. Right. How much do I want to get after that? Not too much. I mean, the Sabres drafting a guy 4th overall who's probably going to be awesome because guys drafted 4th are probably awesome. Mm-hmm. And another guy in the 20s where that's like Yuri Kulik's sweet spot where he got drafted. The Sabres had a defenseman and a center, and that's fine. Mm-hmm. That's fine. The number one thing I'm coming in today thinking about, it's not the Beck Mallenstein conversation.
6 years.
6 years.
Maybe you're waking up to that 6-year deal for Beck.
Yeah. I'm not too worried about that.
No, me neither. I mean, it is like kind of an eye-popping, like, what? You give a 4th liner a 6-year deal? But
he's 28.
As I tweeted out, if you want to be out of that deal 4 years from now with a monster cap, you could buy out of it and it'll look like a rounding error.
Yeah. The best thing to do when there's a contract extension is to immediately plan the buyout. That's usually a good thing to do. But the thing I'm thinking about is this. Darren Dreger reported on Friday, that on Connor Hellebuck, and the Sabres' pursuit of Connor Hellebuck, which I guess if we're going to trust all the reporting on it, we should refer to it as the Sabres' pursuit of Hellebuck, right? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Let's refer to it. Darren Dreger. A ton of back and forth between Jarmo Kekalainen and Kevin Cheveldayoff. But in the end, it feels like the Sabres pulled back because they didn't get comfortable with the package the Jets commanded. And there's a report out there that the ask for Hellebuck from the Jets was the 4th pick, UPL, a rostered player, and a prospect. Probably like Jack Quinn and a prospect, which is a pretty big price.
Yes.
So that's why they didn't pay it. Okay, that makes sense. The thing I'm going to be at is I will want to put a bet on the bet board, or do you want to put a days counter? How many days until the report that the Jets and the Sabres have reopened talks?
Oh, I want to say like this week.
Okay, yeah.
I want to believe like this week that it will happen.
Because the one thing the Hellebuck pursuit does for me, UPL is reported in that offer. If you're actually going back and forth and having lengthy conversations about the possibility of trading for Connor Hellebuck, I don't want to hear anymore how they're happy with the guys they have. I know they're going to say it. Oh, very comfortable. They're very comfortable. They like the guys they have. They do. They're hunting Connor Hellebuck. Mm-hmm. That means they'd like to upgrade. Is there any doubt about that?
No, I mean, they have an opportunity to get arguably the best goalie in the world.
Right. And if you like the guys you have, you just don't go down that road. Maybe you'd say, well, you do it for one guy. I bet they do it for 3 guys. There are other calls they're going to make, I would think.
Well, there was a report that they're interested in Bobrovsky, isn't there? I mean, that is not just, well, I like our guys, but the best one in the world is available. Like, I'm the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I really like Baker Mayfield, but Patrick Mahomes is available. Mm-hmm. I would do that. And if you're the Sabres, you might look at Hellebuck and say that, well, I wouldn't really do this for any other goalie, but he's the best. but that doesn't explain why you would be interested in Sergei Bobrovsky.
Who is going to go to free agency. I see that this morning. Looks like Bobrovsky is headed to free agency.
And there's Toronto smoke about him.
Yep.
Not that the Sabres weren't listed about him earlier. So, yeah, I think Hellebuck is going to be, there's going to be a idea that continues here, because where do we sit today? Do we think he's still getting traded? The way the end of the season press conference sounded, and they're talking about trades, he's going to go back to Winnipeg?
Yeah.
So if you don't think that's happening, then, okay, he's still getting traded, and Carolina pulled back because Winnipeg's not interested in the defenseman that they want to trade. Florida has nothing to deal with because they won't trade Anton Lundell. And who else is in it? I know the Sabres are. We know the Sabres got down that road enough that we know that he said yes to them.
Yes.
Which is usually the roadblock that they've run into. That's cleared. He wants to come here. So I think I've got to believe that it's going to fire back up again. If you think he's getting traded, I would want to consider the Sabres to be the most likely place he plays his next game. Who would beat them for it? There's no other trade. You could take the field, and the field might be more likely. But what's the other team? Show me the other team right now that's going to go get him. Because right now, we know the Sabres were interested, and we know he would come here. So I think that that's going to start up again. The ask for Winnipeg, what does that become, though? Because that is a ton. I mean, did they want to trade down from 4 to 8 maybe, and that would have been more? I mean, they might have thought they could have got Rudolph at 8 still.
I might want to think they very well could have.
So maybe that's the thing they were trying to pull off there. UPL, if you're getting Hellebuck, you're very open to trading him. Quinn is not like a A-plus piece, but you might not want to part with him because you just lost Alex Tuck, and you might need a winger to jump up into the top 6. And then the prospect, who knows what that was. Was that Osland, or was that, a Wahlberg level prospect? Right. Because that's a huge difference. You want to give some B- level prospect, that's fine. So I think now that the pick has been made, would you trade Rudolph, UPL, and one other piece? I think that might be what Winnipeg's going for, and are they going to have to settle because he doesn't want to play there anymore?
UPL included in the package, which there have been reports that he'd been being shopped. Is shopped just to Winnipeg, or is that elsewhere? UPL in the package, understanding that he is a fine goalie, maybe good, maybe has a bright future. To me, putting him in a package with Hellebuck means it's there's no value to him, but that's obvious. You can have our guy. Right. I don't look at the package of 4 pieces and say, well, just wipe UPL out of there. It's the rest of it. You're bringing in Hellebuck for the money he makes. You're not going to keep UPL on a $5 million contract.
No, because then you'd be spending over $12 million a year.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that. So he'd be gone, and it would just be you take this guy because we're taking your guy. It's a swap 1 for 1, and then what's the price to do it? So I know it's included in there, but whatever. The whole weekend and the whole conversation about the Sabres draft, if you were online at all, the argument seemed to be whether or not you're allowed to be disappointed. Mm-hmm. To which I would say, yes.
Yes, definitely.
You are totally allowed to be disappointed. Doesn't mean that you think that, everything is over. The offseason isn't going to have anything else to it. I mean, we haven't even gotten to July 1st yet. But, are you allowed to be disappointed that they just picked 4th and 20th? Yeah, sure. Go for it. I mean, asking this team to have the kind of offseason that they've not yet had, I think is totally fine. If they don't bring any big fish in free agency and don't make a big trade from here, I guess you could hitch your wagon to the offseason was good because of the Byram trade. Mm-hmm. But even that is, I think, a little bit suspect. The idea is I want to be better now. All of a sudden, is Olin Zellweger the same player as Bowen Byram? Maybe he is. Maybe he can step right in and be an offensive dynamo. Mm-hmm. There's a lot to like about his game as we, continue to learn about him. But I think it's totally reasonable to be disappointed to this point and say, I certainly want more. I want to see something else happen here. Mm-hmm. I want to see a good to great player brought in, because what I've got is a defenseman in Anaheim that's due a contract. Okay, they'll pay him. And what?
Right. Could they just sit?
Louis Crevier?
If their offseason is they're going to sit here with their remaining $10 million in cap space and they're going to use that on Zellweger and Krebs, and that's going to be the end of their offseason, then I think you are absolutely allowed to be disappointed. Because if you rewound to where all this began, which is they got cap space, they've got assets all over the place. That became even more true after they traded Byram. And I tell you, well, they lost Tuck. They had to trade Byram. And the biggest name they brought in that's going to help you right now, his name is Olin Zellweger, who I like a lot, but most fans had never heard of. What would that feel like? It would feel like, wait, what the heck happened? I lost my best winger and one of my best defensemen, and I didn't bring anybody in that's got any status in the league. That would feel like, I think, a definite disappointment. That is not Yarmo sunglasses on Twitter. That is, I made some smart, savvy moves, but it wouldn't, to me, feel that different than what Kevin Adams had done in previous off seasons. You made a trade that you did great in, but you also were kind of forced into it, right? Like, that's the Peterka trade. Mm-hmm. Like, they did great in the Peterka trade.
They wanted to sign him, and yeah.
They wanted to sign Byram.
Yep.
And they did an amazing job getting value back for him, but you would not have even probably called Chicago, or Chicago called you, if it was just, well, he wants to stay here, we want him to stay, let's just sign him to the extension. So I think you are absolutely right to be disappointed, but at the same time, I think you are right to still think that it's not over, that there are still big names. One thing about the Sabres not making a trade on draft night, it would have felt different if there were bigger deals around the league that did not include them. If Hellebuck had been traded somewhere else, and Zach Werenski had been traded somewhere else, and Dylan Larkin had been traded somewhere else. Like, all the big names that we thought are going to get traded this offseason, none of them have been traded except Brady Tkachuk. Mm-hmm. Everybody's still out there. Robertson is still out there.
Boy, Robertson.
Werenski is more out there than he was. Hellebuck is still out there. Like, if you want to do the big fish trade, nobody else has made it. So they are still sitting there, and I don't know if any of those guys return to their teams. Is Werenski ever going to play for Columbus again? Is Larkin ever going to play for Detroit again? Is Hellebuck ever going to play for Winnipeg? Robertson might play for Dallas, but all of those guys could still get dealt, and you still have all the stuff you want that you had before. The difference now is there's a name attached to the pick.
The Robertson saga is kind of funny. I mean, I don't know. He's obviously a good to great player. He did not play for Team USA, so he's not on that group chat. Maybe he'd have.
Well, that was like absurd.
Right. Of course.
He's 4,600. He's had 100 points in the league before.
Yeah, he's great. But the reporting on the Robertson thing is all over the place. It's he's going to sign an offer sheet. It's make no mistake, he wants to sign in Dallas. It's he turned down 15. It's he would take 12.5. Like, I feel like
the money is all over the place.
Yes, it's like, all right, you guys, you insiders out there, you can't get me to care about Jason Robertson this enough where I get 20 updates a day and it's all just guesses what he's going to do. Like, okay, great, sure, he's going to go, he's going to be a UF or whatever, he's going to get an offer sheet. Sure he is, maybe. That's the other thing. It's like we are how many days away from offer sheets? Just 2 days away from offer
July
sheets.
1st.
Yeah, 2 days away. So that'll be Wednesday. Okay. Well,
Yep.
maybe. Oh, no, this is the year. This is the time. All right, well, let's find out. Anyway, 803-0550, the number if you want to chime in. The guys they did get, they got a defenseman at 4th overall in Daxon Rudolph, which is fine, right?
Yeah.
That will be a pick that no matter who made that pick, he was not, you tell me, Joe, I didn't see him on the top of defenseman boards anywhere. Chase Reed was the guy I saw more often at the top, or the other guy was
Veerhoff was there sometimes. We talked to Mike Moriel on Friday. That's who he had for the Sabres.
Okay.
But he also wasn't up there a lot. The other guy that was always up number one for the defenseman was Carson Karls.
That's the one I'm thinking of, yes.
There were my read on all that was there was a tier of a top tier of defensemen that were 5 guys. And you could have picked any of the 5, but most times Rudolph was 4th or 5th.
Yeah.
So he was in the tier where you could say you could pick any of these guys and it's defendable, but he was most commonly mocked or ranked, what I saw, like the 4th or 5th guy of that group. So I think it might feel like a bigger reach than it actually is because of that.
It's one of those...
like Reed, right? Reed is kind of the flip end. Chase Reed was supposed to be the number 1 guy. Most people had him as the number 1, and he ended up going 4th of those defensemen.
Yep.
So I don't think it's a reach much at all. And it sounds like he's the guy with the highest offensive ceiling that can't play in his own end.
He's big. He's big.
And he's big. So I kind of feel like the Sabres might be more willing to say, we'll take the guy with the highest upside offensive ceiling because we don't need him to ever be our number one defenseman. Right? We don't need him to be our all-around 25-minute-a-night guy. Maybe Chicago would have picked Reed or Carls because they need something more than just a guy that's going to put up 20 goals and 70 points. But if this guy hits, all of his potential, then maybe he stinks in his own end and they don't care because he's going to be their third defenseman.
803-0550, the phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Get ready for the report. I'm told this. I think the Sabres and the Jets are kicking things back up. You think today? Wednesday?
I think the better bet would be which insider? Let's draft insiders. They're going to have the Hellebuck scoop. The next Sabres Hellebuck report.
I'll take Dreger.
Dreger?
Yeah. You get the next 2 picks.
I'll take a Frank Saravelli or something.
All right.
on Winnipeg.
And coming back on the snake, who you want?
David Pagnotta.
Okay. Now 2 to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't believe this guy goes far. I'm going Friedman and Chris Johnston.
It's pretty good. LeBron. I mean, Friedman's usually only reporting it when it's like really down the road, right?
That might be right.
Or like really, really close to happening. I mean, he had Robertson 15 mil. The Seattle was turned down. Leaving Friedman there.
There isn't
that is a snub.
There isn't a single insider that doesn't have 6 Jason Robertson reports. I mean, it's been a relentless weekend about Jason Robertson, this and that. Like, all right.
I think it's probably because people are excited at the potential of somebody finally getting offer sheeted, and not even
or just being traded,
or that. Not even like a second round offer sheet for $4 million. Like if he gets offer sheeted, it will be the $4 million, the 4 first round pick offer sheet at $14+ million per year. I still feel like I feel like if you connect enough of them. It sounds like he wants to stay in Dallas, but he wants Dallas to pay him $14 million, and they can't do that. Yeah. So that's what's going to cause him to leave. He would if Dallas could match anybody else, it's going to go to 14. He'd just stay, but they probably can't do it, which is why you could probably get them on an offer sheet. I don't know. I don't know what's most likely to happen for him. He's the one big name I've never seen any insider connect the Sabres to. Robertson.
Yeah, I see very little. 803-0550 is the number. We'll get some calls in here. John in Pittsburgh leads us off. John, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
So you guys were talking about Reed and Rudolph and everything like that, and how Reed was this consensus first defenseman.
Nope,
not consensus. Not consensus.
Did not say consensus.
No, but like more often than the other guys, he was number one.
Yeah. So this is my take on the whole thing. I actually thought that Reed was actually the worst out of the 5. He was drafted in the 7th round 3 years ago. He just blossomed this year. He hasn't been consistent up to this point. He just kind of came out of nowhere. Where Rudolph was a first-round pick 3 years ago and has been this consistent force this whole time. When I did my research on the guys, that was the guy that I had. It was him and Carroll's. So whichever one you wanted to go with, that was who I wanted. But maybe I'm just wrong, but
no,
I mean that guy's has been the most consistent out of most of those top 5 guys.
No, I saw the same thing as a defense to why you would go Rudolph. Rudolph was the first overall pick
in the WHL.
He's been a top prospect since he was like 13 years old. And Reed, as you mentioned, he's your Xavier Leggett. Like he just had one big year and then shot up the prospect rankings. So I saw that as a defense for why they did
Xavier Leggett. Is that the go-to name of a guy that had a good year?
Probably not, but he was the first one that came to mind. Wasn't he that, though?
Who's the guy that had a good year?
Wasn't he terrible before his last year, Leggett? You're right. Like, he's probably not the most popular name.
I want to do this now.
Who's the name?
Does it have to be in football terms? It might help people.
Give me a football name. Who's the guy who had the... way better. That isn't a Bills option. Isn't this Joe Burrow? Didn't Joe Burrow just have the giant year at the end?
Isn't Joe Burrow closer to Chase Reed? I mean, he went to Ohio State.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no.
He'd be your Chase Reed here. He had one monster year that caused him to shoot up.
Burrow is now closer to the Rudolph because, again, he went to Ohio State. He's a highly touted prospect the entire time. It's not Josh. Josh didn't have like one big year, did he? That ballooned him up. I'm thinking Cam Newton.
I mean, Burrow.
Is it Mitch? Is it Mitch Trubisky? Is it?
I'm going to defend my Burrow selection here. He played in 3 years at LSU and Ohio State before his final season, his senior year. He had 18 total touchdowns and less than 3,000 yards. Then he had 5,600 yards and 60 touchdowns.
Who was he behind though? Some other dude who was awesome because he went to Ohio State.
Yeah, probably somebody.
These are fun comparisons. Xavier Legette.
You don't like the Legette? Listen, he's by JT Barrett. Come on.
I don't mind.
You couldn't have beat out JT Barrett?
Well, they probably won a lot of games with JT
I'm willing to come off of Legette as the example here. But
yeah. Thanks for the phone call. I don't really care. I'm just kind of painting the picture of if you went out and saw a bunch of mock drafts, there were just not that many that put Rudolph ahead of Chase Reed.
John Buccigross did say multiple times over the 24 hours before the draft also that if Reed is there, the Sabres won't trade the pick.
He was right.
He was correct.
He was right. They didn't. They didn't.
They did not trade the pick.
803-0550. Good Monday morning, everybody. We're back with you, taking you through what will be a steamy Monday. We can talk about the Beck Malenstein extension as well. A looks like 6-year deal for $3 million per year, and they have too many forwards. They have too many forwards, and they have cap space.
They still have to sign Krebs.
They have too many players. They really do. Their roster is too full.
Yeah.
So maybe that's an indication that something is still coming. So we'll get to you on Daxton Rudolph and Ilya Morozov. Olin Zellweger, yes.
The fastest man
you gotta love the
on
hockey,
the team.
Hockey offseason. Gotta love the hockey offseason. Trade for a player you've never heard of before. This is this guy's perfect. This is a perfect fit. I love this player. He's probably fine. He's probably good. Anyway.
Bo Byram Light.
Bo Byram, just
Bo Byram
there
Light.
You go, Bo Byram Light. We'll get you a lot of juicy rumors along the way. Trades coming. We'll see if the Sabres can, kick things up a little bit. The extension for Malenstein, the latest news. We can also talk about Tuck. I was gone for a couple days there, so seeing Tuck leave for the money he left for, and also the Sabres reported kind of final offer line in the sand. We can talk about that as well. 803-0550 to join us on WGR.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Gorfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
The NHL draft has come and gone. Gab McKenna went first overall to the Maple Leafs, and as much as anyone thought we'd see a trade from the Sabres, they made every selection they had on the board, including 2 picks in the first round. Daxton Rudolph at number 4 and Ilya Morozov at 20. For breakdowns on them and the other Sabres selections, you can visit the pieces up on our website, WGR550.com. Also, last night, Sportsnet's Elliot Friedman reported he assumes it'll be finalized today. He heard that Beck Malenstein will re-sign with the Sabres around 6 years, $3.5 million per year. We're into the round of 32 in the World Cup. Yesterday, Canada beat South Africa 1-0. Today, Brazil and Japan play at 1. Germany and Paraguay play at 4:30. And the Netherlands, they play Morocco at 9. Looking around the NFL, Brandon Ayuk said he will not return to California if there is indeed a warrant out for his arrest. And after the NFL declined to have a supplemental draft, the CFL announced it will not allow teams to sign former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby. We have a Monday playoff in the PGA as the Travelers Championship heads to the 6th playoff of the season, featuring Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland tied at 21 under. The playoff will begin at 9 this morning. Format is playing hole 18 repeated if necessary. Scheffler's 2-2 in playoffs, and Hovland is undefeated, 1-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Yeah, I think obviously it's a dream when you're a young kid. I think the moment where I realized I can really do this is when I got selected first into the WHL by Prince Albert. You realize that you got an opportunity at this, and you keep your head down and keep working, and you can maybe do it.
Daxton Rudolph, Sabres' 4th overall pick, defenseman that'll be at the University of Denver this year. Mm-hmm. You can check him out. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. We're in the NHL offseason. We're also in the World Cup knockout stage. Congratulations to Canada, a stoppage time winner. Nice goal.
Was a nice goal.
Heck of a finish.
The shot dropped underneath the goalie.
Yeah,
bounced at the perfect time.
What's the soccer phrase they would say there? I don't know if that was clinical, but it was definitely quality. The finish certainly had quality.
Yeah. Wasn't quite cheeky, right?
No.
Cheeky's more like a
chip,
like a flick over
chip.
the.
There's flair.
The
there's something that's so bold you try it anyway. That's cheeky.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyway,
Canada
wins.
Listen, it's their first knockout round ever because of 32. It also would have been their first ever time getting out of the group stage. So either way, whatever the format is, this is their best World Cup ever.
Today, we got big games in the World Cup stage. How do you like the World Cup now getting to the NHL level of toenail offside undoes a goal on review?
Yeah, well, no, it didn't undo a goal because they called it offside on the pitch.
Oh, you're right.
So
Sorry.
They confirmed it by that. That was my biggest complaint with the complaining about that. Because it was ridiculously close. Who cares, right? When they're showing the graphic and you could barely see if the guy's toe was in front. Had it been the other way, where they had called it a goal and then they reversed it on that, I would understand all the complaining. But what are they going to do? They can't overturn it.
Right. The difference is, I guess, in soccer, the goal the play continues. The goal gets scored.
Right.
If he was,
and then the flag.
Right.
Goes
And in
up,
hockey. If that official signals offside and on review it wasn't offside, there is no fixing that.
Because that
play's just dead.
You're right. That official, because he knows, I'm going to call this offside, but he's letting it play out in case he's wrong for the review. Where that'd be like in hockey, a linesman saying, it was really close, I think it's offsides, I'm going to let it go in case they score, in case I'm wrong, which I think would be crazy to do in hockey.
I think they could probably do that.
You think they'll do that?
They
could be in the zone there for 5 minutes.
Don't they already maybe do that? If you're an official, if I let that one go because it's close, they can challenge. Nobody's mad at me if I missed it.
Yeah.
When I challenge an offside call, I'm never mad at the official. I can't believe I have to challenge this call if it's close.
Right.
Anyway, Brazil, Japan today.
Maybe.
Germany, Paraguay, and Netherlands, Morocco. That's your triple header at 1, 4:30, and 9. and Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland show up at a golf course and play sudden death.
They might only be one hole.
Yeah.
It could be like a quick. That happened one time while we were on the air. I think, was it the Players? What was Rory and Spawn?
That was the Players. I'm pretty sure the Players is a 3-hole playoff.
Okay.
But
we knew it was over because Spawn hit it in the water.
Yes, Rory had a 3-shot lead after the second hole. Like, it was over right away. But I'm pretty sure the Players is a 3-hole playoff. But I could be wrong about that. Did you see all of the rain falling at the Travelers? And
I saw some of the videos of like how much water there was. Yeah.
That was the 100 holes on Thursday. That's what we played through.
I saw the picture Nate put up on Instagram of him just soaking wet, like the hair, everything.
If they're
the hair,
the picture of the Travelers, like, oh, there's a river going across that green. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, there was a fan that had like done like the slip and slide.
Yeah, there were definitely parts of the course on Thursday we could have done that. Anyway, 803-0550 is our number, and 1-888-550-2550. The draft here in Buffalo, the decentralized draft. If anybody went and wants to give us a review, like how it was to be there, give us a call, 803-0550.
Because it looked tough at times on TV.
Yeah.
I was there.
You were there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Joe's in the bowl.
I was in the bowl. And it was interesting, to say the least, in decentralized fashion.
Okay.
It was cool, just cool to be in the environment, I guess. One thing, like if you wanted to go just to say you're at an NHL draft, but I don't really, it didn't jive with me the same way like an NFL draft on TV does. And everyone who was watching on TV pretty much said the same thing. It was just kind of dry. They weren't really doing anything entertainment-wise. Bieber got a lot of boos in the arena when he showed up.
I heard that.
Because he didn't announce the pick the right way, from what everyone said. So
well, I mean, he didn't also look like he had ever had any rehearsal or anything. That was I saw that as a good takeaway. Someone tweeted that the NHL draft looks like a high school play that they never rehearsed. Like nobody knew what they were. Bieber is walking down the middle of the couches and he's saying whatever. He's saying hi. And he looks up at Bettman. He's like, "Am I supposed to come up there?"
Yeah.
You have the mic. Where like the show has begun.
Am I
supposed to come up there? Have you guys practiced this at all? Nobody. Bill Guerin is looking around. He has no idea what's going on. Like they never practiced anything.
Well, then he says, "Mr. McKenna, we'd like to draft you," and that's where everyone got up in arms about it.
That I don't mind. I guess that's fine. Whatever. Like everyone knows what he means, right?
Yeah.
I just think it looks like they've never practiced anything before.
It's
when they do that.
Draft. It is wild. I mean, I did think that Bettman going out on stage with Josh Stone and Dawkins was funny and like really good.
Yeah.
Like what do you say? Like now you don't know what to do because these guys are up here. It's pretty funny. Bettman leaning into the booze the way that commissioners tend to do. That's fine.
I think he leans into it more than the others do.
I think he does too. I also think he gets booed more sincerely than the others.
Yeah,
other commissioners are just booing to boo. Maybe Adam Silver's catching a little bit more now. But Bettman is a legitimate, actually boo. Not just boo, but really boo.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
We don't like you.
Right.
Especially here. I know this. Like, it's almost like you should hold up a sign that says, "My boo is not a joke. Right. I really don't like you."
Yeah. I was wondering if we were going to get, no goal chance while he was up on the stage.
And then
not get that.
The thing with Bill Guerin for GM of the Year, like, what are these guys? They're a comedy act? They're a bit?
Well, the first one wasn't on purpose, right?
Sure. But what did Bill Guerin win GM of the Year for? Just trading for Quinn Hughes?
Didn't he win it? Well, that's what they said. Didn't he win it because they won the gold medal?
Probably.
Isn't that why he probably won? Because they parameters. These voters don't care about parameters and hockey awards. Like, just we won the gold medal. Give him GM of the Year. And he got Quinn Hughes, sure.
Yeah.
What would Minnesota do that they don't always do? Did they win a game in the second round? Did they get swept? Like, I don't know what's
they lost in 5.
About him.
They lost in 5.
One other thing from the draft, if I may. I don't know if you were watching on TV. Did you see the whole trade alert thing that would happen?
So, well, it almost didn't happen, right? Like, it was very far into the draft. And then what was it? Bettman, would shout up to somebody who hit a button?
So, yeah, and it was just the Sabres goal horn at max volume, and all the lights would just flash white out at everybody in the thing, and it would just blow everyone's ears up and face up with
and
lights
be like,
and
there's been a trade?
Wait, yeah.
And it's like the Capitals are moving down 2 slots?
Yeah, Vegas it was just moving back the entire first round. So, yeah.
We got one!
Yeah.
Here we go. Get strap in. The insiders have been telling you.
And then the trade was like the Kings have moved up 2 spots.
The Calgary Flames are jumping up a couple picks. Like, that was it. So, yeah.
Jeez.
The trade alert was a little too big for his britches.
We did rid ourselves of the awkward prospect interview where he's being interviewed by the team that just drafted him, but we replaced it with like a fireside chat.
Yeah, a couch. There was
Right.
a leather couch on the side of the stage.
Yeah.
Right, with one of the ESPN reporters.
Yes.
I mean, they were. It was better, I guess, than what they had done last year. But they have no idea what to do in these productions. I can't believe that thing is on like real ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not buried on some like the Ocho ESPN something.
No. Yeah, you went from Palpatine's throne room to the leather couch.
I mean, it was It was strange.
803-0550 is our phone number. The draft, it's in the books, and now we off to free agency. Alex Tuck leaves.
Yeah, you were not here.
I was not here.
Nothing. So we lost our sense of Tuck meter.
I would say
that's gone forever.
just one quick little thing about Tuck leaving. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time here. Thank you for what you did for the Sabres. He called leaving the Sabres one of the toughest decisions of his life. Mm-hmm. Made it pretty quick.
Well,
it made it pretty quick. That's all.
I mean, hasn't he been mulling it for a year?
I mean, what have you been mulling? If you're going to leave for
how different was their offer?
Are you going to leave for $5 more, $2 million more, $10 million more? What was the report? The Sabres offer was about $7 million less total.
Total, because they didn't even offer the 8th year.
Right. Sabres didn't want to go to an 8th year.
Right.
So it was just going to be. Was the decision always, I will leave for more money regardless of how much more money it is? He didn't go to a tax haven, right?
No.
That didn't happen.
No, I still would bet that he would have gotten more money from Seattle. They would have given him over $11 million per year.
And he just decides.
I don't think he took the highest money offer.
Okay.
He took a better money offer, for sure. But
not that much better. It's, $7 million-ish. What was it, $8 million-ish? What's the...
It was like about, what, like $1 million more per year with an additional year.
Okay.
So.
Just passing no judgment, just pointing out. You did make it pretty quick. Now, maybe that's the better way to make life decisions. In fact, it might be. Just to make the decision quickly. But right, what was the decision he made the whole time? Am I going to leave this franchise? And he goes to Washington. The Capitals... Boy, there's a franchise right now that they're aggressively doing things, and you might wonder how smart it is for them to be aggressively doing things. They trade for Jordan Kyrou, and they get Alex Tuck. And do they have the rest of the stuff in place to contend?
I think they're weird. They just don't have centers, which are kind of important.
You tend to need those.
Right, but they are amazing at wing. They are really good on the blue line, and they have a really good goaltender. They have everything else. They're if you care about odds, to this morning, Eastern Conference winner odds, they're 4th. They're only behind Florida, Carolina, and Tampa. So, yeah, they should be good right away. How long will they be good is a question. I mean, are they just going all in because Ovechkin's only going to play for one more year and they are going to do whatever they can to win a cup in his final season and then not care what comes after that? Or are they thinking Ovechkin's about to leave, we need to start planning for what the next 4 years are going to look like after he's gone? So, contender-ish.
Okay.
I don't know that they're that different than what the Sabres would have been. Contender level. He didn't go to a better team.
No.
Let's put it that way. He did not go to a better team. He also didn't go to a bottom feeder. He went to a team that should probably make the playoffs, given that they also traded for Jordan Kyrou the day before.
803-0550. The NHL account. What do you think of the Sabres' new 23 and under core? Power, Zellweger, Kulik, Ostlund, Benson, Helenius, Mertka, Rudolph. I think the same thing I thought about the 23 and under core every year the last 10 years. They've always had a good 23 and under core, have they not? They're always flush.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are just their latest picks.
Some of them.
Some
of those guys are
except for Zellweger. All except for Zellweger. They're just the first-round picks.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Sabres.
Yeah, the Sabres 23 and under core. It's all just first-round picks.
Yeah. I thought you meant guys that haven't played in the league.
Not that I'm upset about that, but I am ready for a year or 2 or 3 going forward where we think, yes, they have a good young core, but it's not the headline anymore. And maybe it's not the headline like it used to be, but I am eager for something else to happen that shows they're trying to win the Stanley Cup this year, which they're definitely trying to do. But what move will make us all think that they're better other than just like, oh, the other guys will just be better players? You know, this guy will be better, this guy will be better. Helen Yus will score 100 points. I got a New Jersey, by the way, over the weekend for my birthday.
Yeah.
803-0550.
I think you got the jersey that is probably the most popular. Don't you think he's the most popular jersey purchase this summer?
Yes, probably. My wife heard me talking and telling the story how Game 2 against Montreal when Benson got the Benny chant going for his one shift.
He was the only player that showed up that night.
And then I went to buy a jersey and they were sold out, so she bought me a Benson jersey.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. I think about it in terms of like the 7-year contract extension. So anyway.
Right. Yeah, you got a jersey of a guy who's here till 2033.
In theory.
Yeah.
You just never know.
Yeah, it's true.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Paul Hamilton at 7 on the Sabres. And your calls throughout here on WGR. All right, quick stat of the day for you here on the Algeria-Austria game, which if you watched that one, to the very, very end, knockout stage, they both make it through because of a tie. They didn't agree to tie. They just tied in incredible fashion and very, very late. But along the way, there's a goal from, the 92-51 mark, the Algerian goal. Riyad Mahrez scores, and they had 110 passes in the build-up.
Before they
scored. Possession for 5 minutes before scoring the goal. 110 passes.
Because it had looked like both teams were agreeing, you good? I'm good. Mm-hmm. Because a draw sent them both through. And everybody knew that. The broadcast was talking about that a little bit. When Algeria decided, they went for they tried to go for the last shot, I think, right?
Close.
It was the 94th minute, 5 minutes of stoppage time. And it was one of their dudes just decided, just go for it. And then they scored. Austria to tie it after that, though, was
pretty nuts.
I almost feel like not quite justice. I don't want to be mad at Algeria for trying to score at the end. But for 5 minutes, you convinced Austria we're not going to try. And then, actually, we are going to try to score on you.
Stat of the day brought to you by Jan's Smoke Shop 2 and Gas Mart, where everything about Jan's Smoke Shop is smoking. Paul Hamilton on the other side. Then we'll get you juicy rumors. We'll see what he's hearing, what the latest is on the Sabres offseason, recap draft weekend, and, get it all in with Paul.
And we also already have our first Hellebuck Sabres re-firing cylinders a little bit.
Who is it?
Friedman.
Yes! We just had a new fantasy league and a draft, and I'm already winning. What's Friedman say?
And it was a steal.
He says this morning on 32 Thoughts, they are still talking. I don't think it's over yet.
Let's go.
He is 100% convinced Hellebuck is willing to go to Buffalo.
All right, real quick, 30-second thought before we get to Paul. The problem is, now that the reported asking price was out there, the Jets have to chase that.
I know. Right.
It
was a high price.
They have to chase. You said no to this big price, but then you said yes to insert name here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Yarmo, come on. You got to give me the best thing you can so I can say I like this guy as much as I like the fourth pick. All right, Paul Hamilton coming up.
The NHL draft is come and gone. Gavin McKenna went first overall to the Maple Leafs, and as much as anyone thought we'd see a trade from the Sabres, they made every selection they had on the board, including the 2 picks in the first round, Daxon Rudolph at 4 and Ilya Morozov at 20. For breakdowns on them and other Sabres selections, you can visit the pieces up on our website, WGR550.com. Also, last night, Sportsnet's Elliot Friedman reported he assumes it'll be finalized today, but he heard Beck Malenstein will re-sign with the Sabres around 6 years, $3 million per year. We're into the round of 32 at the World Cup. Yesterday, Canada beat South Africa 1-0. Today, Brazil and Japan, they play at 1. Germany and Paraguay play at 4:30. The Netherlands play Morocco at 9. Around the NFL, Brandon Ayuk said he will not return to California if there is indeed an arrest warrant. And after the NFL declined to have a supplemental draft, the CFL announced it will not allow teams to sign former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby. We've got a Monday playoff in the PGA as well. The Travelers Championship heads to the 6th playoff of the season, featuring Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland tied at 21 under. Playoff begins at 9 this morning. The playoff format is playing hole 18 repeatedly if necessary, and Scheffler is 2-2 in playoffs, and Hovland is 1-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Mr. Paul Hamilton joining us. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. NHL draft in the books. We are 2 days away from the start of free agency, offer sheets potentially. We'll see about any of that. And, yeah, that's about it. It'll be steamy and hot for the week, Paul. Heat index around 100, just like the fire of your takes on the Sabres. Good morning.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good. Yeah, we're going to get in the 90s this week.
Yeah, 90s, and heat. It's going to be very humid. That's and when they say it's not the heat, it's the humidity, they mean this coming week. It's going to be Sweet. I heard on BEN, I heard the dew point's going to be 71. I don't really know. I used to know what that meant.
I forget. I don't know.
But that just means it's going to be humid. The dew point is 71.
Okay. I saw on your 100 holes of golfing you did it in the pouring rain.
We did. I could have used 90 degrees to dry out. It was pretty wet, but we had a great time and had a great event. All right, Paul, so the weekend was a busy one for the Sabres scouting department, drafting department, and the latest is a report that the Sabres are maybe on the doorstep of extending Beck Malenstein for a 6-year contract worth $3 million. That's Elliot Friedman reporting that. Maybe we'll start there. Are you surprised at all to see that Beck Malenstein becomes, I think with a 6-year deal, a core piece, right? That's a guy that you are building with for the long term.
Yeah, I don't know why I wasn't thinking it, but I wasn't thinking he was going to get 6 years. And then it's like, well, why wouldn't you think he's going to get – I mean, they like him a lot. And so if they have a figure that they think is going to be a decent figure for him, and they certainly – they've lost 2 very good penalty killers. I mean, Alex Tuck and Greenway are 2 of the best penalty killers in the National Hockey League. So – it's something that and Beck Malenstein is also a very good penalty killer. So that was something that I think they thought they needed. They didn't want to get rid of. He also is one of their best forecheckers as far as getting in with speed, getting into the corner, getting there, on time, and kind of causing havoc that way also. So it's
It's an odd one.
It shouldn't be surprising, I guess.
I guess the reason why you were surprised, Paul, I was many worries. Even though I don't think it's a problem that it's for that many years. I mean, the cap going up, it's to me a $3 million deal, and that 4 years from now is going to look like chump change. But it's unique because I feel like fourth liners usually just don't go for that much, right? Like that's really all of it, or like that long. Like how often? When's the last time the Sabres signed a guy that you knew like, okay, this is a core fourth liner for me and penalty killer? Like those guys signing for 6 years, I think is probably pretty rare.
Yeah, but the money isn't that far out of whack.
Right.
I think it was on that website. It was like 2.6 or something that they were figuring he was worth, and they signed him for $3 million. So,
I wonder if it could have been like, hey, he would stay and they want him. and the number was higher, like wouldn't the Sabres be thinking, well, we'll give you more term if we can keep the dollar amount down versus like if we give you a 3-year deal, then it's going to cost us 3.5 or 4. I can't imagine it would vary that much on him.
Yeah, no, but it's somebody that I think is very important to the team. He doesn't cost a whole lot of money, and it's like, you know what? Why not? I mean, I think at the end of 6 years, he's still going to be being able to do the things that he does best for the Sabres.
So that'll bring them to just over $10 million left. Paul, do you feel like there's enough room to sign Krebs, sign Zellweger, who we haven't talked about with you yet, and then also do something else? Or do you feel like those two are going to eat up a big chunk of that $10 million?
Yeah, it's going to be a chunk of it, and so they may still have to move a salary out of here. There's still trades to be made, which once trades are made, I think would move salaries out of here, and if they go and get somebody big, they're going to have to figure out how to do that, and that's going to be moving salaries out of here. So, it just depends. What are they going to be doing? Who are prices finally going to come down where they will be able to do something that's big for them. But if they want to do something big, then it's going to have to be. Probably moving some out.
Yeah. There's also, Paul, the sheer numbers of how many players they have under contract and how many forwards they have, how many defensemen they have. You might think someone's going to leave just because of that. But without making it this specific, it kind of looks like they're one player traded away from having about a Hellebuck-sized hole in the salary cap, Like it won't take much to get to that size contract, and there's plenty of reports. The two sides are back and forth about it. Of course, Jarmo did not pay the big price that reportedly existed at the draft. Instead, now, like you said, if prices come down or whatever, if maybe the fact that Hellebuck, who reportedly was willing to waive to come here, maybe that puts some pressure on the Jets. I don't know. I don't know how likely it is, but I'm encouraged that they are out there at least pursuing this potential angle.
Yeah, and look at it this way, too. I mean, it's no longer... the 4th and 20th pick are still in play. It's just names are now associated with it. It's not, well, here's the 4th pick. You get your choice of who you want to take. It's, here's the 4th pick, and it's Daxon Rudolph. Or here's the 20th pick, and it's Morozov. So it's now it's the name is associated with it, but that doesn't mean the pick still isn't out there and could be traded.
Yeah. Elliot Friedman says this morning, Paul, on his podcast that he thinks the two sides are still talking and it's not over yet. In terms of that idea, I know you were definitely not into it for the 4th overall pick.
Right.
Is there a lesser price where you feel like that would be a good idea for the Sabres?
Yeah, if the return is correct, what we're reading out there, the Sabres may have said, all right, we'll give you the 4th overall pick, but Jack Quinn's going to be the player you're getting. Because, you're thinking, well, it's Hellebuck. Why, Jack Quinn is a player that kind of maybe is coming on, but, he started to get going last year a little bit better than he had in the past. And, was able to score 20 goals for the first time in his career. But I don't know if that's the guy that gets it done for Hellebuck. But the Sabres might say, yeah, but we are giving you the 4th overall pick, which I would be totally against. So, we're not going to give you Josh Doan or something like that. It's going to have to be on the Jack Quinn side of things. So, that might have been what the Sabres were saying. And the Jets were like, no, this isn't good enough.
Paul, how about the trade that they did make on Friday afternoon? Olin Zellweger. What have you learned about him over the last couple of days? Feels like he is a version of Bo Byram in some ways. I don't think he's as complete a defenseman. He's smaller, but He also is only 22. Like, he could develop into a guy that is, thought of higher than he is right now.
Yeah, they've got some work to do from a standpoint of, defensively. They're going to have to give him some help there. He's very fast, so they've got that going for him. I mean, he's one of the better skaters. He's a very good puck-moving defenseman. He's also a guy that, he can move the puck, yes, but he only had like 7 goals and 15 assists, and the year before 7 goals and 13 assists. But as you mentioned, at age 22, when the season starts, he'll be 23. There is an upside here still. It took 4 years for Dahlin to become Dahlin. It took 4 years for Power to become Power. I say 4 years. Yarmo says 200 games. He's at 164. He doesn't have 200 NHL games yet. He has 3 full pro seasons. He spent some time with the San Diego Gulls the first year, and then 2 NHL seasons. So he only has 44 AHL games, which maybe wasn't enough. But I think it's a good trade because there's a good upside here. There's a good chance he could be better than what we've seen so far out of him, and he hasn't been awful by any means. But there's an upside here, which I think made the trade worthwhile. Now, he is, a left-handed shooting defenseman. So as far as talking about putting him with Power, the only problem with that is then you're sitting there with 2 righties again on your
third pair.
On your third pair, which Lindy Ruff doesn't much care for. And Crevier did play top 4 minutes with Chicago, and by all accounts did very well with it. And I remember watching him play. We of course saw him play in Chicago in April, and we were in Chicago in April anyway, and he handled it okay. So it wouldn't shock me at all if Crevier or Timmins is the guy playing with Power, being a lefty-righty, and then you also then have a lefty Zellweger and a righty on the third pair too. And it gives him a chance to maybe grow into the type of player he can be and not putting the pressure of, making him a top 4D right off. It's like, okay, come on in. We know you've got some potential. We know you can be better than what you've been. And, let him feel his way through and do it that way.
With that being said, under contract now, Paul, defensively, they have Dahlin, Power, Samuelson, Timmins, Crevier, and Metza, and then Zellweger is an RFA. Would you consider them to be done on the blue line? Or would you guess that they're done on the blue line? Or is there room for one more?
They've got 7, I mean, with Metza. And so, I think they probably are done. If they do make another move on D, then Metza probably winds up in Rochester again, which is fine.
Right, because he has a two-way contract.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter if he does or not. It's just how much he gets paid.
Right.
Two-way doesn't mean you can't send him to Rochester. You can still send the guy with a two-way or a one-way contract. It's just he gets paid NHL money if he goes down there. That's all. So it's. And, forwards is where they've got it. They're okay on D now. You've got 3 stud defensemen. You've got 2 others that you've acquired. I think now's the time that they have to be looking at forwards, or if they are trying to improve their goaltending. But I think as far as defense goes, I would think they are done.
Paul, are they mean enough right now? I mean, I just want to point out, like, Greenway leaves, Stanley's not coming back. They got Stanley and Shen to be meaner in the playoffs, and, Greenway's something there. Talk is size. Do you feel like they drafted a draft class that looks big and got plenty of meanness to it? Does the roster have enough of it?
Well, what did Yarmo say last year after the Winnipeg trade? It's like I felt we were getting pushed around. Well, if you felt you were getting pushed around then, you probably are going to get pushed around here. I mean, they don't have Josh Dunn signed right now. I don't know if they're planning on re-signing him or not. And if they did, they probably would start him in Rochester anyway. So, if he didn't feel that, if he felt they were getting pushed around last year, Zellweger, Crevier, he's a big man. He's not getting pushed around. He kind of like is in the Kesselring. Kesselring admitted that he didn't like to fight, but he did, and he was there for teammates. In the little bit that he played, he would do it, and he actually wasn't too bad at it. Watching him do it, and Crevier, I'd read it's not his favorite thing to do either, but he shows up and he's there, and he will do it. So you have gotten yourself a 6'8" guy who is not going to get pushed around. So, yeah, you've got one guy on the blue line that you can count on for that. And Timmins would show up if he has to.
But otherwise, you think of the forward group, it might be something lacking currently.
Yeah, Malenstein shows up. Yep, he's not a fighter, so to speak.
I feel like Krebs is in that camp, too, where he shows up, but he's not thought of as
but they're in the middle of it. I mean, it's not like, where's Malenstein? How come he's not there? They're right in the middle of it if they have to be. Most of their guys, that's the one thing. Maybe they get pushed around, but ever since the Thompson/Samuelson incident, they basically all show up. They're all there in a 5-man unit. They may get the tar kicked out of them, but at least they're there, and they show up, and they're there for each other.
Yeah, that's where I was just going to say, they didn't. That was something we talked about at the deadline, but then the Tampa game happened, and then they got through Boston, I think, without that really being an issue. And that's not really how they lost to Montreal. Like, none of the takeaway, Paul, I don't think, after Montreal was they lost that series because they got bullied.
No, but I just think if we're looking at the way the GM operates and talks, he's drafting big men, he's trading for big men.
Yep.
And the roster might be just a little light in that department, and I want to keep that open as like an avenue he still might pursue. Like maybe the upgrade they are looking for at forward, or guys that go out and guys that come in. Like I want to keep it open as something that he has talked about valuing, and right now the roster isn't exactly, overflowing with it.
And you know what? Maybe that's something that they have to live with for a year.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, we don't have a lot of money here. We got to go out and get Krebs signed. We got to go out, and that type of a thought. Zellweger signed, and it's like maybe for the $6.4 million of Jeff Skinner this year, which turns into $2.4 next year, we may just have to live with it, knowing that our guys do show up for each other, and they're going to have to maybe take care of it and then deal with it the year after.
Krebs, by the way, what are the chances they will bring him back? Because he's arbitration eligible, and we know that they didn't want to do that with Kesselring. And also, what am I signing him for? Is he going back on the top line? Because fourth line center, I've got Carrick, Kozak, and Danforth all under contract. I don't really need him for that. So I guess, Paul, why would I be doing it? I like him. He can play versatile all over the lineup. But is he going back on line one, and that's why I'm bringing him back, or is he really expendable at the moment?
I think Lindy Ruff would be kind of upset if he didn't have Krebs at his disposal. He really liked him. It's like he never was the healthy scratch. He always found some place for him to play. He's a little like Benson. Benson you can put on any line, and he's going to excel. And it seemed Krebs, once he got some offensive confidence, which I thought he did, he's the same way. You can put him probably anywhere you want in the lineup, and you're probably going to be fine. So I think Lindy Ruff probably wouldn't be a happy camper if that turned out to be the case. That if he wasn't around. So. It just depends. What is he looking for? Is he looking for a reasonable contract, or is his agent, way out of line as far as what he wants? But he had career high in goals. He had a career high in assists, and he had 11 more points than he ever had before. And he's going to be in the lineup. I mean, 80, 81 games and 82 games in the last 3 years, so he's durable. he had not that plus minus is any great shakes, but he, was plus 13, which is the highest by far in his career, and he had 6 points in 13 playoff games too. So, he's one of the guys that is in the middle of things, is not afraid to drop the gloves, even though sometimes maybe it doesn't work out well for him, but he's not afraid to do it. So I guess I would put it this way. I would be surprised if they don't find some way. Maybe I don't know. I don't know how if they just live with an arbitration and take that chance, or if he declares for arbitration and there's a hearing on August 2nd at 1 o'clock, on August 2nd at 11 o'clock, the contract may be signed. That happens a lot. Like 2 hours before the hearing, the two sides come to an agreement. We'll see how that one goes.
And then, if he is awarded a number, it's a take it or leave it, right?
Yeah, and if it's like a 1-year deal, that's what they were afraid with Kesselring, that he'd get a 1-year deal that was way out of whack, and then you're not allowed to trade him because it's a 1-year award.
And he signed 3 years, 4.5, right, with San Jose. We just saw.
Yeah. Which, if he plays the way he's capable of, is actually a deal. I mean, that's a very good contract for San Jose if he shows up there and is Michael Kesselring, that played in Utah and played with Team USA. He's a very good defenseman, and I even said that before he got traded here. I mean, if he shows up in camp next year, if he's still here, and he's Michael Kesselring, they got a good defenseman, a very good defenseman. But he just wasn't of the mind that he wanted to play here. There's a lot of it's a hockey market. He's not in a hockey market anymore, so I think he's back to what he was in Utah, where he's not going to get much criticism, good or bad. So that'll be a fit for him, probably a little bit better than Buffalo, but that'll be a really, really good contract, in my opinion, if he is Michael Kesselring for the Sharks.
Paul Hamilton. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Thank you, Paul. We'll be in touch through the week.
No problem. Take care.
Free agency opens up on Wednesday, and, maybe trades today, tomorrow. Elliot Friedman, the latest from him on the Sabres and the Jets, still talking Connor Hellebuyck. Mm-hmm. Who wants us to know that he waived? It's a fun game to play, that he would be willing to come here. Who wants us to know that?
The Sabres want us to know that.
Okay.
Right? Winnipeg doesn't. Hellebuyck could want people to know.
Hellebuyck wants people to know he would have gone there?
Maybe I'd go that.
Hellebuyck wants us to know?
Hellebuyck wants us to know.
Okay. Because it was reported, part of what Elliot Friedman is reporting is that the list is not as restrictive as like a Dylan Larkin.
Right.
Some of these guys are getting criticized because there are no-move clauses, and they pick 3 teams. And there's been reporting that Hellebuyck has not been as restrictive. And, again, the who wants me to know that game, and if I may play a little bit of a cynic side of the game, what would I tell my agent to do even if I was only going to pick one of 3 teams? Like, make sure everybody knows I'm not picking one of 3 teams. I don't want to look bad. Doesn't Brady Tkachuk, don't Dylan Larkin, don't they look bad because
it looks worse?
It looks worse.
Yep.
If you say, no, I would like to go, it even went so far that Hellebuyck would like to make sure the Jets get proper value for him. Mm-hmm. That's what you say if you want to not be the villain.
Right.
Not to say it's not true or he's not being, genuine, but that's 100% what I'm getting traded on to make sure people here don't hate me forever. Mm-hmm. Let's get it out there that I want this team to get proper value for trading me away.
Yeah, that I'm not really squeezing them and putting them in a really difficult position.
Yeah.
The money on him, by the way,
it's not bad.
No,
8.5
really,
for 5 years.
The way you should look at it is you should assume Luukkonen is going back in the deal because the Sabres won't keep both of them. And how much more money is it? It's $3.75 million more. I'm only increasing the amount I spend in goal, flipping Luukkonen for Hellebuyck by $3.75 million. Mm-hmm. It's not that expensive comparative to what some of these other ideas are, like if you were going to get a big name forward or something.
803-0550 is the number. You can give us a call if you want. Rumors, World Cup reviews, trades that were and trades that weren't, I guess. No Vinny Trocheck. I know you're relieved.
I'm relieved I haven't seen anything
For now.
connecting them for like 3 days. Yeah. I mean, he's another one that like probably does get dealt. I don't know. The Rangers traded for Dorofeev and they'll paid him $11 million per year. Like, so they're trying to win again. I don't know. Drury's talking about getting tougher, which is always the mark of a team that's, at the end, right? So I don't know. Maybe they'll trade Trocheck still.
Brazil, Japan today. Don't sleep on Japan. Japan could win that game.
I didn't. I actually
They beat Brazil a couple months ago.
That's actually the one World Cup jersey I purchased.
Japan?
Japan. I thought they had the best jersey of the tournament.
You bought it?
I got it.
You went and bought a Japan jersey.
It's supposed to be here today, so I'm hoping it gets here before they're eliminated.
Which one? The blue one or the
white? No, the away one. The away kit.
The white. It's like
with got the color stripes on it.
Multicolor stripes.
Yeah, into it.
All right. Japan jersey.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
You got a Netherlands jersey.
I do.
And a Portugal jersey.
I do.
Just like I'd like that jersey. I've got no problem with Japan.
Have you noticed?
It's actually a place I'd like to go someday.
Yeah. Have you noticed
wear that.
the England kits? I've decided they're the Denver Broncos uniforms. They were the red ones,
England
and the
kits are
red
the
ones
Denver
are actually. I thought the red ones would be better than the white ones. They're not. They're just whoever designed the Denver Broncos uniforms of the Elway era that they just got rid of.
Oh, the old Broncos
ones.
uniforms. Oh,
not old, but one uniform ago.
They only got rid of them. Like
England
2 years
is
ago.
just wearing. They're just repurposed Denver Broncos uniforms. The sharp little thing up the side. It's
yeah, that's bad too. It's just the
numbers.
Number
They're
for
bad.
me is so bad. Whoever chose the font on the number needed to be fired.
Bad.
I mean, come on. Oh yeah, the last Bronco uniforms that they kept forever. Oh, those
are England. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for New Vodka. Best 2 words of sports are Game 7, but we know that the number 7 has meaning in the vodka world as well, because when a vodka is 7 times distilled,
The NHL draft is come and gone. Gavin McKenna went first overall to the Maple Leafs. As much as anyone thought we'd see a trade from the Sabres, they made every selection they had on the board, including 2 picks in the first round, Daxton Rudolph at 4 and Ilya Morozov at 20. For breakdowns on them and the other Sabres selections, you can visit the pieces up on our website, WGR550.com. Also, last night, Sportsnet's Elliot Freeman reported he assumes it'll be finalized today, but he heard that Beck Malenstein will re-sign with the Sabres around 6 years, $3 million per year. We're into round of 32 in the World Cup. Yesterday, Canada beat South Africa 1-0. Today, Brazil and Japan play at 1. Germany and Paraguay, they play at 4:30, and the Netherlands play Morocco at 9. Looking around the NFL, Brandon Ayuk said he will not return to California if there is indeed a warrant out for his arrest. And after the NFL declined to have a supplemental draft, the CFL announced it will not allow teams to sign former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby. Sal Capaccio has also wrapped up his State of the Bill series on our website, WGR550.com, again, with a look at the specialists. We have a Monday playoff in the PGA as the Travelers Championship heads to the 6th playoff of the season, featuring Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland, tied at 21 under. The playoff will begin at 9 this morning. The format, playing hole 18, that's repeated if necessary. Scheffler's 2-2 in playoffs, and Hovland is 1-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Tonight, the first Buffalo Bill to be inducted into the team's Wall of Fame will not be moving to the new Highmark Stadium. That, of course, being O.J. Simpson. Team officials telling News 4 that organization made the decision that he is, quote, not a fit to display inside our new stadium and family circle. Now, Simpson played 9 seasons for the Bills, becoming one of the NFL's best running backs.
Got that news over the weekend,
Mm-hmm.
which is like news. Is it controversial?
Is it controversial?
Is it controversial? It's called Family Circle. And they're like, nope. Okay.
Right. I mean,
sounds good.
I don't think it's controversial. I think some fans that watched him in the 70s might feel that it is.
Yeah.
But for me, my perspective is no, it's not. Like, I never thought they would. So I guess that's where I'm starting from. I would have been floored if they did. Right?
Yes, I would have been very surprised. They never took it down. It was always a conversation like, are you going to take it down?
Right.
And it was always going to be, I guess once you knew a new stadium was going to come, like, oh, we'll just let the change make it happen.
Right.
I'm just going to lose that box in the move.
Happens organically more so.
Lose that box in the move. Hey,
it's not as big a story that way.
Where'd that thing go? I don't know. Must have gotten lost in the move. And you just you took it to the dump.
Lost in the move.
It's a very easy way to lose something you've been wanting to lose. I guess the movers lost it. Misplaced it. Is the 12th man going up? Anybody? The 12th man's on the wall. Is there not a spot for that anymore? Does it need to?
I don't think it needs to stay up there.
No,
we don't really refer to it.
We don't
as the 12th man
we
anymore.
Really, kind of don't. Yeah,
I think there's been an acknowledgement that like that's other people's thing.
That's Texas A&M and Seattle.
Seattle
has it built into their rivalry uniforms at this point.
Yeah, the 12. Yeah,
I wonder if maybe even the league would be like, this is Seattle's thing. Like nobody else infringe on that.
Yeah, I don't really know. That's another thing of I don't know. I don't want to say like a bygone era. It definitely was more of a part of the just general conversation around the team 30 years ago than it is now.
Was it just replaced by Bills Mafia?
Yes.
Okay. Do we stop saying 12th man when Bills Mafia became a thing? So put Bills Mafia up on the wall.
Bills Mafia is all throughout that stadium.
Right. Yeah.
You know, right? Like the field club has that one wall that's huge letters. So
so I don't think that's going up.
You don't think 12th man's making it?
I think that's done with. And then everybody else can go back. Right? That's it.
Yeah.
But I'm not surprised about the OJ thing.
No, me either. 803-0550. Just getting some of the latest pictures from the stadium. Somebody, Bill's Stadium Updates tagged us in one of these.
The destruction
The destruction of the old stadium.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard Paul talk. Paul was on with Mike before the draft got rolling on Friday, and he was down at the stadium. And his vantage point, he was looking out the window, and like his view was it was a giant pile of rubble, which is now what the old stadium is being, reduced to slowly. It is happening way before I thought it was going to. Like next year, I thought is what we were talking about for it. This is though more like the extra stuff that's all on the outside of the stadium, right? Like they're not yet tearing down, or unless am I wrong in this? Like the stands,
the big giant
seats are coming out,
but the giant grandstands both remain.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like those coming down feels like that's a bigger. Isn't that more of a hey, come down and watch the what do they use? To
explosion,
the little implosions or whatever you want to call it, controlled demolition.
Won't they do, exactly? Yeah, when they do like a controlled demolition, they're not going to. Or are they taking that down with cranes?
Great question.
I don't know.
We should try and get an answer to that.
That's what I'm to see the Buffaloes a little while. It is pretty jarring to see that thing totally being taken apart.
Meanwhile, all three giant buffaloes, bisons, are on site.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The big one finally made it.
But it's not up yet. But it's sitting there. Yeah. So we're close. We're close to an opening of the moatless bison statue.
The moatless family circle.
Yes, exactly. Yep. So that'll be cool. When the lights go on for the first time and the smoke comes out of the nostrils for the first time, that'll be cool.
Yeah, very cool. 803-0550, our number, 1-888-550-2550. We are 1 month from training camp. July 29th is the first day.
1 full month.
1 full month. We got the World Cup to get you there.
That's what I was just going to say. That's been making it kind of fly by.
The World Cup is...
Thank goodness for the World Cup.
It's awesome.
Listen, yesterday was great because there was a game at 3 o'clock. Saturday was terrible. No World Cup game till 5 p.m.?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
At least you had a bunch of games, but yeah, not till 5 p.m.
You did. Now the games are like 2 at the same time.
The final is on July 19th. So that is, we got a lot of World Cup left, which I guess is, why they expanded a little bit. Yeah, the World Cup has been a blessing.
I'm just looking at when's the next time we won't have a game. Like the next day where there's no World Cup game.
Isn't there one like every day until the tournament's over?
July 8th, there will be no World Cup game.
Oh, okay.
That's the next day without a World Cup game. You go the round of 16, goes all the way to July 7th. Then the quarterfinals begin 9, 10, 11. No games on 12, 13. No games on 16, 17. There you go.
Well, I look forward to complaining on July 8th. There's no more.
And the semifinals and the final go. The semifinals are 14th and 15th, and the finals the 19th. So quick turnaround.
A few days. Yeah.
Which is
just a couple days.
That's not that unusual for big soccer games to be like 4 days apart. Like,
right.
You see that all the time in the leagues that they play in.
The stars are really showing up at this World Cup.
Yeah.
You go look at the top goal scoring list, and it's Messi, Haaland, and Mbappe. Like the exact guys that they'd be promoting on Fox all along to get you ready for this tournament are just the guys that are scoring the most. Messi could have 10 goals right now. He missed a penalty kick. He had a goal that was taken back on an offsides, and he still leads the tournament with 6. He's incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, watch him now because this is it. World Cup, like he's 39. I mean, I guess he could play at 43.
Maybe. Their road is
like a lot.
Argentina's road is fine too. Like they're pretty.
Oh yeah.
They're playing Cabo Verde in the opening round,
which they will probably win easily.
Then the winner of Australia-Egypt is probably Egypt, and then the other 4 on their quadrant is Switzerland, Algeria, Colombia, and Ghana. And the best tournament team of that group has been Colombia, who's been very good. Meanwhile,
it's a pretty easy path.
In our pool, I've got Algeria and Ghana. They're going to knock each other out if they make it through to the next round.
That's right.
And Portugal,
which means you will need Portugal to win.
Which is always how I thought this little bracket of ours would work.
Yeah.
If you win the title, you'll have a really good chance of winning the whole thing.
Yeah, the only in our pool, the guys here at WGR that could win it without winning the whole thing, it's probably just Brian. Or I guess me and Joe could do it too.
It's just going to be tough. Just like the NCAA tournament. You win it.
Like Brian would just need like Colombia and Mexico to both make it to like
go far and not win.
Like at least the quarters, maybe the semis. But you have 3 teams alive, but one of them is getting knocked out next. So you need Portugal to go on a run. Bulldog got some points finally with Belgium. He had 3 points like for a week and a half, and he got his way up to 12. Senegal, there we go. He's got Senegal. You think
Senegal could be a problem for the U.S.? I just think they could.
That would be their second game.
Yep.
And then they would play probably Spain, but it could be Portugal.
Probably
You'll
Spain.
have some...
I think Portugal looks not good. Still looks not good.
Yeah?
They had a big win over one
Uzbekistan
team, and then other than that, they just don't look that good. But
they played Colombia. That game, did you watch any of that game? That was 0-0, and I think it was the best game I've watched the tournament so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, 0-0. It was up and down the whole game. Like, it just, you run down and try to get a chance, then I'll run down and try to get a chance. Then back, it was I'll keep possession and hold on to the ball for 4 minutes. It was run and gun, up and down. It is incredible that game didn't have a goal. They came close. I mean, Portugal, Ronaldo needs to probably go to the bench.
Yeah.
That's their problem.
Yeah.
Or it's one of their problems.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. LeBron on the move?
Oh, this is going to be your favorite idea.
It sure is. We'll mention that quickly when we get back, and then reset on the Hellebuck idea, which, still very much out there. Draft is in the books, but perhaps Connor Hellebuck would come to Buffalo, and how much would you want it? 803-0550 to join us on WGR. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. We'll get back to some Sabres chatter in a minute here on the pursuit of Connor Hellebuyck. Get you the latest from Elliot Friedman in his 32 Thoughts podcast. Joe, there's one thing I want in the NBA. There's one thing I've wanted in the NBA for 3 years. And am I getting teased like NHL trade rumor? Oh, this thing that will never happen really might happen.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron's going to go play with Steph. I really, really want that. I really want the old dudes to get together, an old dude super team.
You want the
who else can they get?
You want the Expendables.
Yes.
Let's do it. The Warriors to become the Expendables.
One last job. Let's all get together for one last job. Who else is available?
Durant. And
is he old enough?
Yeah, he's 30. How old's Kevin Durant? 37? He's old enough. Yeah,
okay.
37. He'll be 38 next season. Perfect.
All right, good, because Steph's 38.
Yeah, Durant's 38. LeBron's 41.
A 38-0 team, 38 and over. You can't be on this team unless you're 38 or older.
Just the old man squad.
And it's the old man.
Yeah.
Just like, let's see if they can win this league.
Well, part of that is they also want Anthony Davis, who feels like he's 40.
Okay.
So that kind of works.
I want this.
Who else he has hanging around? Does Vince Carter want to come back and
bring
play
him
again?
back? Let's go. I want it so bad. I want Steph and LeBron together. I really do.
I would love to see it too. I think you might actually get it because he's probably leaving the Lakers. So he's going somewhere. And then where does he finish his career? Cleveland or Golden State might be the combo or the choice.
That he beat Golden State makes it okay.
I know. Because
had they lost to Golden State in every one of those finals, then you can't maybe do it.
It would feel weird for him to end his career on the team that was like his biggest arch nemesis of his career.
But you beat him once. You can do it.
Right, I know. Yeah.
Green light. Bigger story, LeBron to Golden State or J.J. Peterka to Boston? You discuss.
J.J. Peterka and Kevin Adams to Boston.
Right, Kevin Adams is in a front office role in Boston now.
Yeah. Good for him.
Kevin Adams has now spent most of his career as a Sabres adversary. Carolina, then Buffalo, and now Boston.
Are you
going to get another GM job?
I'm going to say no. LeBron, next team odds, it's Golden State, Cleveland, Miami, and San Antonio. Ooh, him and San Antonio could be fun. Finish his career with Wemby. He's going home. He's going to Cleveland.
LeBron?
I love the Curry story and him playing with Curry at the end, but he's going to Cleveland, isn't he?
No.
That's where he'll end it.
That's a mistake.
Why? Well, they're good. They were in the conference finals.
Go to Golden State. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. All right, the latest from Elliot Friedman. Let's talk about how to finish off this offseason that's barely underway. And free agency starts in 2 days, but feels like there's one more move that's going to come. What should the one move be? It's probably more than one. We'll talk about it with you here on WGR. And the latest from Friedman next.
The NHL draft has come and gone. Gavin McKenna went first overall to the Maple Leafs, and as much as anyone thought we'd see a trade from the Sabres, they made every selection they had on the board, including 2 picks in the first round. Daxon Rudolph at number 4 and Ilya Morozov at 20. For breakdowns on them and the other Sabres selections, you could visit the pieces up on our website, WGR550.com. Also, last night, Sportsnet's Elliot Friedman reported he assumes it'll be finalized today, but he heard that Beck Mallenstein will re-sign with the Sabres, around 6 years, $3 million per year. He's also on some Hellebuck chatter. Get to that on the other side. We're on to the round of the 32 in the World Cup. Yesterday, Canada beat South Africa 1-0. Today, Brazil and Japan, they play at 1. Germany and Paraguay play at 4:30. The Netherlands play Morocco at 9. Looking around the NFL, Brandon Ayuk said he would not return to California if there is indeed a warrant out for his arrest. And after the NFL declined to have a supplemental draft, the CFL announced that it will not allow teams to sign former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby. Also, up at our website, Sal Capaccio's wrapped his State of the Bills series with a look at the specialists. We have a Monday playoff in the PGA as the Travelers Championship heads to the 6th playoff of the season, featuring Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland tied at 21 under. The playoff will begin at 9 this morning. The format is playing hole 18, repeated if necessary. Scheffler's 2-2 in playoffs, and Hovland is 1-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Well, I still think Winnipeg and Buffalo are talking. I don't think that's over yet.
Because there felt like there was a lot of noise leading into the first round of the draft Friday that at some point that night he could be moved.
Well, I'll say this. I had heard on Friday he was willing to waive to go to Buffalo. I don't know if that was ever formally submitted, but I'm 100% convinced he was willing to waive to go to Buffalo. I heard there were a few options. And the fact that he was willing to go to Buffalo indicated to me that he wanted a team that he thought over the next 3 years would be a consistent contender.
Elliot Friedman on Connor Hellebuck. He then goes on to say, like, what a get that is for Buffalo, right? To say Hellebuck says that's going to be a contender for 3 years. And I agree. In the old times, back when the Sabres were not good and we wanted to be a little bit snarky, we might say, like, hang a banner because Connor Hellebuck would have waived, but he didn't come here. But we're not doing the snarky banners anymore. If we were doing the snarky banners, that should put up. Don't they have to get the deal done for that to really mean it, though?
I think so.
You kind of have to get that deal done. I don't know if Yarmo is going to pay the price to do it, but you pointed it out. If UPL goes out and Hellebuck comes in, it's like a $3.7 million difference on the cap.
Correct.
And they're going to have about $3 million on the cap.
Correct.
Once they re-sign Zellweger and Krebs, if they sign them both,
yep,
they'll have the room to kind of do that.
Yeah.
So.
And he would make – what other move that only costs an extra $3.75 million is going to make you better than that one? If he's great, which – I'd want to say he likely would be. He'd probably be great. He would be one of the best goalies in hockey and plug one of the best goalies in hockey onto a team that was a goal away from the conference finals last year. What do they become? Instant Stanley Cup contender. Which I think you probably could still call them that right now, or would you not want to call them that?
A Stanley Cup contender?
Right now?
We'd want to call them that for sure.
If they traded for him, absolutely. But are they that without him?
Sure. I'll tell you one thing that's ironic to me, or maybe ironic's the wrong word, but anybody that is of the belief, like, you don't need a great goalie. Look what Carolina just did. Carolina called about Hellebuck. Right?
They want him, yeah.
Then they're maybe not going to make that move, but Carolina called about Hellebuck. And
the team that won the previous 2 Stanley Cups is the other team that called about Hellebuck.
Sometimes I think you can get a little bit caught up on the team that won it did it this way. That must be the perfect way to do it. Do it like them. I'm thinking about, the Chiefs won without a real good receiver. And then they went and drafted a couple because they thought, like, we won, but we're lacking at this spot. Here's Carolina winning it with goaltending that maybe they don't rely on too well, and going right after Hellebuck immediately afterwards. So who's left to get him? He would waive to come here. They have a fit. I wonder, there's more there also, that maybe after the draft they would turn back to him and say, wait, we think we can win here. What's the angle, though? How? His belief is you can't get the players to come here.
Mm-hmm.
And for the Sabres, they might also be challenged to some degree to get every player to say yes to come here. But they're probably not as challenged, and they are already, if he's on the team here, ready-made, probably good. And he probably looks at that Winnipeg team and thinks we are not going to be in that spot for 3 years.
Definitely.
So does he start to make it a little bit more, come on, I said yes. You know, we've got a list. I said yes to a place.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get it done. I gave you 10 teams, and if only one of them came calling where I had to waive it or whatever, and there are lengthy conversations, then I want you to get that across the line. Get that thing done.
Yeah.
I will admit, the people that are worried about it, that they would give up too much, I was worried they'd give up too much. I didn't want to give up the 4th pick. 4 to 8 slide would have been a definite yes for me if that was in the mix. Like, I would have done that in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
But this idea is, to me, the most exciting of the ideas that I think is possible. What's the next best idea?
That seems reasonable, because I'm not considering Robertson or Larkin.
So anybody out there, 803-0550, what's the next best idea? Is the second best idea don't do anything? That to me does not seem like the second best idea. Is Matthew Barzal a realistic option? Is there an opportunity to get him?
The next closest
Larkin
guy that they've been connected to is Trocheck.
Not a second best option.
Not something I'm interested in.
I do not think that's a second best option.
That move does say we're acquiring this guy to be better right now, but I just think he's not the player he was. And I don't think you're actually making yourself that much better if you acquire him. And you're probably paying more than you need to. This player would be different. Yeah, who else moves the meter in a big way that would be second? I think part of what would encourage the Sabres to get this across the line is, no, there are bigger names out there. There are other big names out there. But you might even say goalie's not perfect. In an ideal world, I'm making an all-in Stanley Cup move right now, and I'd prefer it to be up front. I prefer it to be a forward. But, Robertson only wants to go to California, or Larkin only wants to go to 5 different teams, and Barzal's going to go somewhere else. It's like, okay, well, then it's either do nothing or the goalie idea. And if it's at that point, you could still say, I would have preferred a forward of that magnitude, but I didn't have that available to me. I do have the goalie available to me, and that does make me better right now. So I will do that. I will try to do that, even if it wasn't your A option. So what's second to that? I think second to that, maybe Barzal is the guy. I haven't seen anywhere that he has like a specific couple of teams that he'll go to. There was a report tying him to Montreal. Does that make you want him more? Because they're good and they're in your division and you just played them in the playoffs. You want to try to get him before they do? He would be a great second option. You could argue he'd be a better option than...
better first option.
Than Hellebuck, right?
I'll listen to any other option as being a better first option. And it's tough because you don't always know what options are out there. But, like...
I'm waiting to see something that they're connected to Werenski. Like, wouldn't they call on...
I haven't seen that anywhere.
I haven't either, but the GM drafted him.
He's just...
They drafted him. You don't need him.
Are you going to have 3 huge, highly paid defensemen?
Sure. You're going to win. You're gonna win
I know.
with Pronger and Niedermeyer in 2026 with Dahlin and Werenski. You're going to have the best defense pairing in 15 years in the National Hockey League. So, right. You don't need him. You definitely don't. But go make your superpower a superpower. And if he would come here, I wouldn't say no to that. I would not want to be in the bidding on that if he was willing to come here.
803-0550 is our number. Boy, you add in Werenski. What are you trading out? You're trading out the guy you just drafted 4th, are you not?
Or you're trading... I know that
you're trading a lot.
I know that no one wants to trade Owen Power, but that's maybe what that the idea that gets you to trade Owen Power might be this idea. There are not many. You could maybe count them on one hand. But No, I don't want to trade him. But if I'm getting the Norris Trophy winner back, yeah, no, it's a lot. He is 10 times as expensive as almost any of these other ideas I think that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like he probably is the most expensive of anybody that's on the market. More expensive than Robertson, I think. More expensive than Hellebuck, certainly. More expensive than Larkin. Yeah, I think he would be number one for that.
803-0550, our phone number to get to. Jordan in Syracuse. Jordan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep,
yes,
we got
sir.
you.
Okay. Just to weigh in on the Hellebuck conversation real quick, I don't know what trade mechanics would have to occur to make it a good deal for us and a decent deal for them to make it happen. But in my opinion, I mean, you just bring him in. Like, whatever it takes to bring Hellebuck in, you put him in net. I mean, he's been very, very good throughout his career. Of course, the down year last year, but more often he's better than he is not, right? And so, to me, it's just, even though Lyon and UPL did reasonably well during the regular season last year, the playoffs did leave a sour taste in my mouth, and it seems like it left a sour taste in many of, Sabres fans' mouths. So for me, it's like, bring Hellebuck in. Maybe he doesn't need to play every game. Maybe Lyon steps in, plays some. But, I mean, it's Hellebuck, man. Like, he's a phenomenal goalie. I love our blue line. And if we don't make any other moves on offense, I still think, at least projecting out, maybe our young guys can step up. But, of course, that's a projection. So, I don't know. To me, it's just going to bring Hellebuck in and see what we can do.
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the
Thanks,
same.
Jordan.
I'm pretty much in the same boat.
Does anyone have room for the idea that, because maybe the biggest argument against Hellebuck, maybe not the biggest, but one I see a lot of is like the playoff choker.
Yep.
How many in the last 4 years of that person chokes do I have to list off for you to say, like, okay, maybe that's not really a thing? How many? We've done
a lot.
We've done this a million times. The Carolina Hurricanes, playoff chokers, right? Oh, except this year. Rory at the Masters. Oh, okay, never mind. He won 2 in a row. Every single year, Arsenal win the Premier League. Oh, they're gonna choke it away.
You could do it with goalies specifically.
Freddie Anderson.
Yep, Bobrovsky. In Florida.
Like,
it happens.
I know that there's a concern about guys that maybe don't raise their game in the playoffs, and there's going to be a long list of people you could point to as having a bad postseason. Alex Tuck, is he a playoff choker or not? Is he because the Montreal series he had no points? What happens if Washington makes and he has like 10 points in a series? Is he no longer? It's just, to me, I've got a guy that's provably great and has been for a long time, and has he had a couple postseasons that didn't go well? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that he will never have a good one from this point forward? I just have so many examples in all of sports of guys or teams or that. Oh, actually, no, never mind. Take it back. Never mind. Not anymore.
Yeah.
So Sam Darnold.
That would not
Sam
stop me
Darnold's
from
supposed to fall apart in the big game. He won the Super Bowl. Okay. I guess. I don't know how much I'm going to put on that playoff choker. If he had the same exact series Lucan and Lyon just had, what would you say about it? What would you say? His goals save above expected, according to Money Puck, in that series, their goals save above expected in the playoffs was like a +1.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be a choke for Hellebuck? A +1? Probably. But for them, it's not a choke.
Right.
For them, they did okay.
Right.
What defines a choke?
Well, because
you just don't win?
Is choke just even playing below the caliber of what the player is already? Because like Lucan and Lyon playing even goaltending, like average goaltending, it's about what they are. Hellebuck playing average goaltending is, well, you're supposed to be a guy that's going to save me 10 goals above expected in a series.
Okay.
And his bar would be higher for that, which I think would also open up the door to him being criticized more when he's just playing okay.
That's supposed
which
to
is
be
kind
the
of, by
game,
the way,
though. That's the game I want to be in. I want to be in the game of high expectations.
Right. The last playoff series he played, by the way, he did have 2 shutouts. By the way.
Did Vasilevsky choke this year? He lost a 7-game series to Montreal in the opening round of the playoffs. Did he choke?
He is actually the reverse of this. He had the early success in his career, and I think it's the last 3 playoff series or 3 playoff years he's had that's been really poor. Like Hellebuck is pointed to because like you've been sub 900 save percentage, like 3 playoff seasons in a row. And Vasilevsky, his last 4 playoff series, which is going back 4 years because Tampa hasn't won a playoff series since 2022, 875, 897, 872, and 897. Like Vasilevsky's been the same thing. He does not.
What about
get that.
Hasn't Bobrovsky been that too?
Bobrovsky was that, and then it's turned it around the other way. All this is evidence that like Hellebuyck could show up to the Sabres this year and he could just win the Conn Smythe and just be the best player in the playoffs. And you'd all forget about it the second it happened. And I continue to point out that I think it could go better if he didn't play 60, 65 games in a season and be fresher. And you have Alex Lyon still because he makes $1.5 million. He could play 25 games for you.
It's also like with Bobrovsky,
30 games.
Goals saved above expected in the playoffs. The 3 years leading up to his really good run there in Florida, goals saved above expected in the playoffs of -1, -4, and a 1.
In the last 3 playoffs?
The 3 playoffs leading up to when he got great.
Oh, okay.
Then it went 7, 1.4, and 9.
It's really good.
Owen's not here today to talk to us about goalie voodoo and all that, but I don't know. If you're on playoff choker, I just think like, man, it's been a rough couple of years if you're the person that leans into the people that don't win choking. Because they're just winning all the time now. I mean, the Bills, Josh Allen's not the playoff choker. Aren't we hoping the Bills are the next team to break that team doesn't win in the playoffs?
Yep.
Sorry, that team's not going to win because, finger quotes, reasons. I mean, Allen is not, of course, not the reason. But
I think the excitement level, too, if they did get it done, would just be through the roof.
Yeah,
it would. There's an element of like, and this would bleed into the players, I'm sure as well. I wonder what I watched an interview with Zach Benson yesterday. I think he was doing one in Vancouver where he got asked about Byram and Tuck leaving, and he's like, yeah, like energy immediately sunk down. And I know that they're still really good, and they have a lot of good players, and they have young pieces coming in. But I could see a lot of those players in the locker room, especially the veteran ones, being like really let down that they just had the season they did, and 2 of your leaders, 2 of your best veterans.
Eric writes in, there have been some rumors with Alex DeBrincat, and that's
he scored 40 goals though last year. Yes, if you can tell me he's going to sign a 7-year deal with me, will he take the Tuck deal? He's 28. Will you sign for 7 years, $9.5 million per year? Because if that's a yes, then I think I might tell you I'd rather have him. So that's a good one. I forgot that they had been connected to him.
We got 2 names we like.
I mean, he's saving my power play, isn't he? Like that would be perfect. He's going right into Tuck's spot. He's playing on my top line. He's not very good in his own end, and he's small, but whatever. He scores 40 goals. Yeah, I'd take that one.
803-0550. David in Cheektowaga. David, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you doing today?
Good.
Hey, man, listen, so I might be the unpopular opinion here, but I feel like I don't think I want to do the Hellebuyck trade, and I'll tell you why. Jeremy, you made a great point earlier that made me laugh a little bit. I was telling Joe Kelly this when you said, when they made the statement about, the Sabres have a great young core, and when you made the line of like, no, they always have a young core? Like, that made me laugh, and I feel like that's true, but I feel there's a big difference this year and this season going forward is that a lot of the young core is locked up for like 4 to 5 seasons or more. So this young core will become like a veteran, like a really veteran core over the next 5 seasons. You know, Benson, Doan, Samuelson, Maurer, Dahlin, everybody, Thompson, everybody locked up. Even like McLeod's locked up, Norris is locked up. But we got guys that are all early to mid-20s, all locked up. And now with the next year or two, if Osland and Kulik and Helen Hughes become the guys we want them to become, they'll be locked up for 5 to 7 years as well. And it's like we got a core that can move forward. And I'd rather bank on offense and defense being elite and then just filling in the goaltender however the hell we got to do it. Because they're going to an 84-game season this year. I don't think I mentioned that. Like, more games means more goaltenders needed. Like, we're going to need 2 goaltenders, possibly a third, all season long because what goalie is efficient in their numbers playing more than 60 games anymore? I really feel like a guy like Hellebuyck can't even do 60 games anymore. His playoff numbers are absolutely horrendous. I don't want to be a team that banks on, hey, maybe we'll get him and maybe he'll be great. Screw that. I'd rather got guys coming up in the Rochester pipeline that can start filling in. Ellis looks like he might be able to possibly be something. Yeah, Lyon's a little older, but he's the veteran back there. We got to bank on the progression of these players and not go crazy getting rid of our core pieces. Every team that had a 10-year run, look back at all the teams, Chicago and Boston, L.A., all these teams, Montreal right now, Tampa Bay for years, they've had 6 or 7, 8 core guys on offense and defense they never got rid of. Honestly, I thought, Joe, your point about maybe Werenski for power, or when you guys said that might not be a bad idea. I mean, yeah, Owen Power, I love the guy. I don't want to get rid of him. But for a guy like Werenski coming in and having another top pairing, the best in the league, man, defense wins championships. So I'm just saying, guys, I'm kind of excited that they're not jumping at these opportunities and Yarmo's being, really smart. I feel like he's being really smart, being a little conservative. We don't have to go crazy. We can see how this season plays out. And there's always the trade deadline. You know what I'm saying? Winnipeg's at, if you want Hellebuck, Winnipeg's at a point of weakness if you want Hellebuck, because Hellebuck wants out. So the more time that goes on, I think the worse it is for Winnipeg.
All right. When in our lives in Buffalo can we ever say, go bleeping get it? Why does everybody just always want to wait? Just wait a little while. What? But they don't have to trade their entire core to get Connor Hellebuck. I mean, maybe Winnipeg might ask for it. I don't understand how it's never okay to say, now's the time. 112-point division-winning team. Any other 112-point division-winning team, would they talk like this? Other teams that win, Vegas is one guy they drafted on their roster. And listen, I'd rather be elite offensively and defensively than in goal. Sure, okay. Do they look like the kind of team that's just going to roll out an incredibly elite offensively talented forward group? Maybe if all of these first-round picks grow into something, one less of them and the apple cart is turned over. You sound a little bit like Jason Bottrell, who was always just we have a plan. Okay, the plan should be to win. Mm-hmm. They don't need to have Hellebuck to make that happen, but I don't know why it's just relentlessly. It's like Tim Murray saying, I'm not going to trade Sam Reinhart for a rental. What? Tim Murray was making moves on a 76-point team. This team won the division and has since lost 2 players, and the plan, I am a fan of Jarmo so far. We are officially at legend of Kekalainen. He's not done enough to be oh, what a job he's doing. Chicago gave him an incredible offer, and he said yes to a player he wanted to resign. Mm-hmm. Tuck, they wanted to resign. He's walked away from the money. Okay. Traded for Logan Stanley, traded for Tanner Pearson, traded for Luke Shen, traded for Sam Carrick. There's not yet extensions for Doan and Benson. Slam dunk moves of re-signing guys and full parade for Chicago giving you an unbelievable price. I actually wonder if the Chicago trade made other trades less likely to happen over the weekend. Not for the Sabres, but for the whole league. Mm-hmm. Any teams that were talking, could a GM have said am I going to get roasted like the Blackhawks are if I make this move? It's one of the most one-sided, lopsided evaluations of a trade in the last 10 years. Adam Larson for Taylor Hall, the trade is 1-for-1. That's one of the other ones. I mean, I don't understand. If they get to the Cup final, can I say they should go out and get a player and try to win the Cup? Or is it wait? How far do they have to go for you to be
I was about to say the same thing. If they score one more goal last season, is it okay now to go for it?
I just don't.
Or is the further they go, for some people, make it less of, I don't need to do anything. I made the Cup final. I don't need to add. I was just in the Cup final. Which result do we want?
The Stanley Cup
so that we
champion.
Can get to a place where you can act like teams like Vegas and Florida. If you have the opportunity, which this is the Hellebuck offer. Sometimes you can say, I can't do everything Vegas and Florida do because even if I'm good, I'm not the destination that they are. This guy wants to come here. This is an opportunity to be like them. And would me going further make it sound better for you? Or would me being bounced in round 1 make it sound better for you? I think They're absolutely good enough that you should be thinking about the Stanley Cup. And if you're thinking about the Stanley Cup, getting this much better in goal should not be an idea that you're close to or wait to the trade deadline to figure out.
Colton Ellis, I mean...
And by the way, you're not trading Colton Ellis. He's still here.
No, I know, right.
If
and
you
it's
do
just
this.
listen, there's risk, there's who knows what to do, and really on almost every single idea, whether it was Tuck or Byram or Hellebuck, I'm like, hey, there's probably a good way to become a better team either way. Tuck leaves, okay, let's see what you do. Byram leaves, okay, let's see what you do. No Hellebuck, okay, let's see what you do. But sit and just wait, oof. It just does not strike me as a winner's mentality. It doesn't mean you have to trade everything to try to get better, but
no, they would. Listen, the offer that was reported would have made them better. They would have been trading the 4th overall pick, Luukkonen and Jack Quinn. That would have made them better right now if they got Connor Hellebuck. But you didn't want to trade everything, which now, I think is fair.
Now I'm down Tuck and Quinn from a team that probably needed another top 6 anyway.
Right.
Like I need to. Whatever. We'll see. Like I've got Helenius, I've got Ostlund, I've got Kulik potentially returning.
Yeah, no, good point about Quinn. But I feel like I can replace Jack Quinn.
What I'm asked to be by the caller, thanks for the call. I mean, you make some good points. Some I agree with, some I don't. I'm asked to dismiss the idea that Connor Hellebuck could have a good postseason and entertain that maybe Colton Ellis will just be great. Like, which of those feels like the bigger ask? Maybe it's 50-50. I don't know. Colton Ellis, a guy that's just waived. And again, like, here's Carolina, who you have to compete with other teams. Carolina is elite at those things, and they called on Hellebuck. Other teams, there are other teams out there. You must beat them. Montreal, what do they say? Like, oh, we beat the Sabres, let's not do anything. Montreal's out there.
They're trying to get Barzal. Yeah,
right. Anyway,
you brought up a moment ago, like, I'm not sure this happened to the Sabres, but that deal made it harder. Maybe that deal did make it harder. What if they had gotten the 7th pick?
Then they
for Byram. What if they had gotten the 10th pick? Would they have made a trade because they would have been more willing to say, it's the 10th pick. If I have the 4th pick, I'm not trading it to you, but I would trade the 10th pick for Hellebuck.
Right. Who was the 9th pick? Because the
it was the Sharks, and then they gave it to Ottawa.
Okay, because it was reported that the 9th pick was an offer for Byram.
Sorry, other way around. It was Ottawa's, and they traded it to San Jose.
There are a couple different teams that also wanted Byram, but they couldn't beat the 4th overall pick. Maybe it ends up being too high.
That was San Jose. I think there was a report that Greer had offered the 9th pick and something else.
Right. And if it had been the 9th pick, would you trade that for Hellebuck? I'm not even sure that would be a good idea for value's sake. But again, I'm not trying to win trades. I'm not trying to win contracts. I'm trying to win the Stanley Cup. And do I lose a trade and win the Cup? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sitting here telling you I have the answers.
The Blues trade?
I'm not even sitting here telling you I have the answers at all. It's just a matter of I want this team to be better than they were last year.
Right.
And they've lost 2 big contributors and added a defenseman from Anaheim and a guy from Chicago who's 6'8". And
you want the O'Reilly trade. O'Reilly hasn't been on the Blues in 4 years, and Tage has become the better player. You could, in a way, without looking at results, if you just looked at the merits of the trade, just on the individual players, you could look at it and say the Sabres won the trade. Because Thompson's the better player, and he's younger, and he's still there. And St. Louis won the Cup.
Yeah.
If I trade for Connor Hellebuck, and Connor Hellebuck helps me win the Stanley Cup, and he's gone, and 6 years from now, I look back on the trade, and Jack Quinn's become a 30-goal scorer, and the other guy I trade, whoever it is, if I trade Rudolph, he's become Cale Makar even. Make him the best defenseman in the world. But Hellebuck helped me win the Cup. No one will be mad about it. You would take that.
I mean, he doesn't even have to win the Cup. I need to leave room for you became a better team and you shot your shot. Shoot your shot. Go for it. If the Bills make this DJ Moore trade, which is not even that big a price, and they make the Super Bowl, in part because he's big along the way, or Jim Leonard, and they make it, they get farther. All you can ask for is that your team does the best it can. And, I'm sure that Jarmo is doing the best he can, or whatever, the deals he's taking, deals he's turning down. The offseason's not done. I'm not in any sort of panic mode. I'm just not really all that interested in, oh, no, it's all fine, just wait. Like, no, I don't think anybody else is out there doing that. I've got competition. And teams are now making moves to pass you. You can't sleep on that. So, and they've lost 2 players. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550 to join us. Good chatter about the Sabres. Get your juicy rumors before we get out of here. We got another hour and a half in the show, so you got time for you. Reports of all the Bison being at... Wait, Derek is the guy that drove them here? Oh, Derek, hang on. We're getting you on the other side. Ask him to... How's he going to prove that? Because I'll just believe it. We got a guy in hold says he drove all of them here. Is he the designated Bison driver? He went back and got the mom, and went back and got the...
I think we'd be able to figure out pretty quickly if he's for real or not.
We'll find out if we do. Coming up.
big guy. Got some jam to him too, grit, plays hard, and but his instincts are great. I think that's the biggest thing that we like about him is that it's not just the physical ability, but it's his hockey IQ. His instincts are great, and puts another really good defenseman into our future.
Sabres GM Jarmo Kekalainen on Daxon Rudolph. Sabres picked at 4 and picked at 20, and now we wait to see the rest of the NHL offseason. The draft happens. Front page of NHL.com. I wanted to mention this very quickly. Summer stock. Chaotic offseason could still see more moves before free agency begins Wednesday. Has it been chaotic? Tkachuk got traded. Larkin asked for a trade.
I mean, the Byram trade day was pretty crazy.
Third.
Kyrou had been traded that day also.
Okay. Dorofeyev to
the Rangers.
Rangers.
He signed $11 million. Yeah, I could think you could. All of that happening before July 1st.
Okay.
Tuck getting traded, sign and trade.
Sign and trade with Tuck, yeah.
Radish signing. I mean, really, part of it seeming more chaotic on that front would be the top 2 free agents have already landed.
Yeah, sign and trades. Okay.
Yeah, Radish and Tuck. It's not like as chaotic, though, as it feels like it could be.
Right.
Because most of the big names are not yet dealt. It's the medium-size moves that feel like have been the more active deals.
Front page is that, and it's Werenski, Hellebuck, and Jason Robertson, which is, by the way, Americans. All the Americans are just
Americans.
moving. And Robertson, I don't know. There's just so much reporting about him for him to just stay put.
There was a report in the last hour about him in the Penguins. The Penguins are,
all right.
There's a million.
Keeping
track of those are tough.
Derek from Texas on the line. Derek, what's up?
Hey, good morning, you guys. How are you?
Good. All right.
So I am the gentleman that hauled the 3 bison into you guys' new stadium here in Buffalo.
3 trips,
all 3.
From how do we know? Say something only the bison driver would know.
Well, okay. I got to the New York state line coming in from Pennsylvania, and I think this is probably the biggest thing about these 3 bison here. The state of New York pulled me over in their patrol car, and they measured my load, and I was 16 feet 2 inches tall. Right, the biggest bull was on my trailer.
We already know that's wrong, though. Was it 27 feet? The biggest one's 27 feet.
Legs.
Oh, without the legs on? Without the legs?
Without the legs. It'll
right.
be like 20. I think it'll be 28 feet tall.
All right.
When it's all said and done. But anyway, the state of New York pulled me over, and they said I was too tall. I was 3 inches too tall. So the people that designed and manufactured these bison put a team together. Now, mind you, they're all up here in Buffalo. And they put together a team, and they came to that rest area that I was sitting at, and they drove all the way down there to me, and they cut the...
Yeah. You know what? It was worth the risk. He didn't get all the way there. It was worth it.
It was headed there.
It was headed there.
I was trying to do math in my head while he was, because...
I mean,
like they're 27 feet tall. The legs are not 12 feet of the 27 feet, right? They're less than that.
I don't know.
I'm looking at a picture. They're way less than that.
Right. It's June 29th, and I've got no Hellebuck trade. That was worth the risk. It was worth it. Lee in Buffalo. Hey, Lee.
Right.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, no Hellebuck situation. Organizations that win championships, they usually make the big swing. I think for all these years with the Sabres, you could say Kevin Adams or the guy before him, they built a lot of depth in the organization from the farm team all the way up to, and it's showing with these younger guys. And then I got one thing on the Bills, and I want to get to where I was a little distraught this past weekend a little bit when I was reading reports that O.J. Simpson's name is not going to be in the new stadium. And mind you not here, I understand what happened, and I think the whole world knows what happened, but this has nothing to do with his playing career. I just think this is so disrespectful by the Pagulas to even consider doing this. I mean, should they throw Ray Lewis out of the Hall of Fame because he committed a murder? I mean, I'm just curious. I mean, this is ridiculous, and his playing career had nothing to do with what happened on the other side of the curtain in his family life.
No, I mean, I don't know about Ray Lewis committing a murder versus being like that whole story, but I would say, sure, keep him out of the Hall of Fame. Do what you want. You know, like disrespectful.
There's a line where I think you have to consider morality. And on this, you can say all you want that it has nothing to do with his playing career. But when that name is up in the stands or up in the wherever it would be, it's not his playing career that anybody thinks of. So for that, yeah, they're within their right, I believe, and are in the right to not put his name anywhere. Because when his name is somewhere, for most people, we don't think of the 2,000 yards. It's the 90s that you think of.
Our bias and truck driver story might have been legit. I just thought it was going in a direction. I pulled the.
You were afraid of it.
I just hit the eject button. I hit eject. I got this brand new beautiful palace. What should I do? Put OJ's name in front of it in family circle? No thanks. No. Oh, what if you put it up there with a complete explanation of all the things that happened? No. Let's not do that either.
All right.
No thanks. Like, we're moving into a new house.
ESPN made an Oscar-winning documentary, OJ Made in America, that was like, how long was that thing? Wasn't it like 10 hours total? And how much of it was spent on his time with the Bills? Like 40 minutes?
Yeah, I mean,
just his life became bigger than his Bills career.
Yeah, just don't need it. Sorry if you're upset by it. I'm not. I would not put it up. It'd be easy for me. Yeah, we'll leave that one off. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us.
There's no Hellebuck rumor, but there is a rumor from Frank Saravelli on Montreal. He says they have a deal on the table and an offer for Kirill Marchenko from Columbus that would look borderline insane for putting it on the table. That's how big it is.
Really? This is Montreal, the other team that's going to be good for a long time because they're flush with good young players locked up for a long time.
Yep, and here's
the Sabres and Canadians are said to be like the same path, and here's Montreal shooting big for Kirill Marchenko out of Columbus.
Yep, here's a 30-goal scorer, and they're like, yeah, we'll go all in for him.
Might not be a good move. Like, we'll see what they give up if it's like that big of a trade.
He wants – I wonder if he's talking about the trade part of it or the money part of it, because there was a report that he wanted an obscene number. I'll find it. But it was like – it was in the teens for sure. All good players are going to be asking for money in the teens. You're not getting a 30-goal score for less than $10 million anymore. Like, I just think that those days are over. Probably over.
Yep. 803-0550 to join us here on WGR. Nick Mandola, top of the hour, 9 o'clock. We'll talk about the World Cup draw in the knockout stage for Team USA. They'll be playing Bosnia-Herzegovina first, and then the winner of Belgium and Senegal, should they advance. So, very exciting. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. about a pre-owned vehicle, think about Riverfront. They can help you find that. Front. All right, couple notes to Derek in Texas, who claimed to be the driver of the Bison, the giant Bison. I found out that they did need a special permit to be transported due to size. The big one did. A story about being altered at the rest stop may be true. We just had too many calls in the last 3 weeks about them being anatomically correct, and I just had to. I had
to be careful.
I just you're a little wordy on getting there, like you're setting. Anyway, that's that. Congrats to everybody that played in the 11-day power play, raised all the money.
Yep.
Congrats to everybody that rode in the ride for Roswell. Can give you some numbers here. So our 11-day power play team, in addition to our ride for Roswell team, raised $56,000 plus for Roswell Park. And if you add that to the 100 holes, Nate Geary and myself as well, each added about another 10 grand. So the number's about $77,000 raised from the team here at WGR, but really from all of you. So thank you to all of you that give us a chance to give back by asking you to make donations. So to everybody out there, a hearty thank you. $77,000 in total raised for all the last 2 weeks of fundraising.
Thank you. And our muscles are almost recovered.
Yeah.
My quads are still
one of the ways that makes it easier to walk through 60 holes of rain before it stops raining is knowing like people have donated to you to do this job, to skate on the ice, to ride 40, 50, 100 miles, whatever you're doing. There was one point, Joe, the rain was so relentless and tough that we're out there kind of far away from the clubhouse, and we're thinking, should we go in and take a break and let it lighten up?
Yeah.
And the conversation was, what would we be taking the break from? This is as bad as it gets.
Right.
You'd be hoping to avoid this. And we're in it. Let's keep going. So we did. And we got our 100 holes in. So always a great event for that, to raise money. And for all of you that did everything, like $77,000, thank you to everybody that donated to every one of our causes. Or if you rode, or if you played in the power play. My family played in the power play as well. Great event. Fundraising season. All right, Nick Mendola on the World Cup, on the U.S. draw, on Canada's win, their historic win, and how the bracket looks from here. It's coming up here on WGR.
Has come and gone. Gavin McKenna went first overall to the Maple Leafs, and as much as anyone thought we'd see a trade from the Sabres, they made every selection they had on the board, including the 2 picks in the first round. Daxon Rudolph at 4, Ilya Morozov at 20. For more breakdowns on them and the other Sabres selections, you can visit the pieces up on our website, WGR550.com. Also, last night, Sportsnet's Elliot Friedman reported he assumes it'll be finalized today, but he heard that Beck Malenstein will re-sign with the Sabres. Around 6 years, $3 million per year. We're into the round of the 32 in the World Cup. Yesterday, Canada beat South Africa 1-0. Today, Brazil and Japan, they play at 1. Germany and Paraguay, they play at 4:30. The Netherlands, they play Morocco at 9. Around the NFL, Brandon Ayuk said he will not return to California if there is indeed an arrest warrant. After the NFL declined to have a supplemental draft, the CFL announced it will not allow teams to sign former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby. Also on our website, Sal Capaccio has wrapped up his State of the Bills series with a look at the specialists. We've got a Monday playoff in the PGA getting underway as we speak, featuring Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland tied at 21 under. The format playing hole 18 only, repeated if necessary. Scheffler's 2-2 in playoffs, and Hovland is 1-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Let's try from Yusaki!
Canada advances. Been a busy break in here during the break. Nick Mandola is going to join us of NBC Soccer in just a moment. We've got Scheffler and Hovland underway. They both hit the fairway on their opening tee shot here in the sudden death playoff at the Travelers Championship. It's basically a free golf Scheffler-Hovland match play. Pretty cool. Sudden death. There are some fans on the course.
Oh, they're all at the green.
None of them were on the tee.
No,
it looked like a COVID round, and they got the guy holding up the sign for quiet. And we're like, there's nobody even there.
Nobody there.
But they are around the green. And then also the other thing interesting that happened during the break was you got just a random text message.
I got a text message from somebody whose number is not saved in my phone, which I guess could be a me problem, but there's no previous text history. And the message was, hey, if you're interested in joining another Dynasty League, and then there's a bunch of details after that.
Yeah. Is it a 716 number at least?
It is a 716 number.
I was going to say, this is the new spam that's going to get us all hooked.
Yeah.
Like instead of getting a text about like, oh, your package hasn't arrived, or hey, I got your loan details. Like,
right.
Hey, you want to join a fantasy league? Yeah. Well, hold on a second. Let me click that.
That's how they're going to get you.
Maybe I do.
I'm interested.
What's the format?
I'm interested in this, potentially spam.
We got him.
Dynasty League.
We got him. Nick Mandola joining us on the Western Hotline on the World Cup bracket. Nick of NBC Soccer. Nick, we're going to talk a bunch. We're going to talk today. We'll probably talk Thursday after Team USA plays against Bosnia. Good morning.
Good morning. And just want to note that I'm listening to the sports update and just feeling validated again on behalf of you and me, who like 15 years ago wanted the Sabres to sign Dan Paille for 10 years at $2 million or whatever we wanted.
That's right.
Wow. That's the Malenstein deal. I love it.
I thought the same thing this morning, Nick. Like 6 years for $3 for that guy. Like, that's a long-term bet. Don't have any problem with it myself. Yeah. Nick, where's your next game? Do you know yet?
Yes. Things just got real electric because the two biggest, for all my Torontonians, they know that the history of their population is thick with Croatians. The team in the 70s that played in the NASL was the Toronto Croatians, and there is a huge Portuguese population, and they are playing. The tickets, guys, for Portugal, Croatia, and Toronto are at like Mexico home game for Mexico price level.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So buzzing for it. I'm going to see Ronaldo, Luka Modric, absolutely bucket list type stuff.
Yeah, right. Now, You're going to see Ronaldo, but not like Ronaldo, right? Like, will he play? Everyone seems to think that they'd be better without him. And here they are. Now they're in the knockout stage, so you can't really mess around. And your first matchup against Croatia is no pushover. Like, there's some pushovers in this first round, and Croatia is not one of them.
Yeah, I wouldn't play him, but they have. He had 2 goals in the second game. He's still good. He's just not Portugal starter good. And it seems like such a weird thing to say when you're literally talking about the second greatest player of his generation who might be a top 5 player of all time. But yeah, I imagine we will, at the very least, even if they were to have him on the bench. He's coming off late or in extra time. But also with Cristiano Ronaldo, like I was just talking more see him. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, there's that guy. He's one of the most famous people in the world, and he's 25 feet away from me or whatever.
Well, they're on the U.S. side of the bracket, Nick, but they wouldn't play until the quarterfinals. How do you? We had talked a lot with you about like how it was potentially setting up. There was a moment, was it like a week ago, where the U.S. had like the easiest path. Imagine like they would have played Egypt in the second round or somebody else that wasn't that strong. How do you feel like it fell for them? Because now, at least in terms of like the brand power, it might be more for Belgium. But the rest of their side of the bracket looks a lot harder, I feel like, than maybe what it had originally looked like.
Yeah, I mean, that was the fun of kind of doing the math on where things were going to fall, almost like a super hyper NFL draft order going into the last week of the season or whatever. But once it became clear, and I don't know how this works, that 90% of the scenarios, and it's funny, you're the one who first drew my attention to it. The math looked like it was going to be Ecuador in terms of points. But, you guys were like, yeah, it's pretty much going to be Bosnia and Herzegovina. And of the 495 permutations, somehow FIFA already had it lined up that was like a 300 of them. So that part, I think, was great. And at some point, the odds of you dodging a great team in the round of 16 are not good. So I still think the bracket fell for them fine because it was going to get super hard at this point anyway, right? So Bosnia is a good matchup for them. They have a strong back line. But, again, they have a round of 16 match that they will be, I might even say heavily favored to win on home soil. And that's a knockout game for a team that's for the first time. So, yes, the bracket's way harder on that side, guys. But I feel pretty good about it because of where they fell out for the round of 32.
Yeah. Round of 32, Bosnia, they'll be big favorites. And, Nick, again, there wasn't a round of 32 before. So it's almost like for the U.S., they have to win this game to get to where they should get. And then it's Senegal or Belgium. And which of those two teams do you feel like is the bigger challenge for the U.S., given how doesn't sound like people are too impressed with how Belgium has looked. And Senegal was in a really tough group, in my opinion. So do you have a feel on which one would be a better matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it's pick your poison there. Senegal, they obviously beat in a friendly just before the tournament. And, but this is a team that is constantly in the discussion for champions of Africa. They have a player in Sadio Mane who is one of the best African players to ever come out of the game. So, I mean, I think the thing with Belgium is a matchup problem. If the U.S. has an issue, it's that their wide defenders need the freedom to go forward, right? And Jeremy Doku for Manchester City is Belgian.
That dude absolutely tormented this year.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievably fast, able to cut inside. De Bruyne is still De Bruyne, and that's the thing about being a playmaking center midfielder is you can get away with not being as fast as you once were because you still have that magic wand on your foot. So, and there's also, look, remember, back when the U.S., everybody was a lot younger, totally different team, but just remember what that looked like with some of these players when Tim Howard had to make 14 saves to get him to extra time or whatever. So I think I would prefer Senegal with the asterisk that you would have to beat a very good team twice in a month,
yeah.
The same team. And that it still always feels weird to me. I know it's a sports cliche, but it's weird to me.
Would beating either Senegal or Belgium be the best, I mean, whatever, I'm just going to say, like the best U.S. soccer win ever is a long time, Nick, but what is it on the level with? I mean, friendlies are friendlies. Touring the world is this is in a knockout stage game over Senegal or Belgium. Where would it rank?
Yeah. This is where I sound like a bit of a nut here but I know it vibes with you because we've had these conversations. Emotionally, it wouldn't be the best because they beat Mexico in a knockout round game in 2002. Historically, it wouldn't be the best because they beat England at the 1950 World Cup with a bunch of dudes from St. Louis.
Okay.
But in terms of the most impressive and the things that you and I like to talk about, there have never been better players top to bottom in the world than there are right now, sports nutrition and all that. And so, yeah, this is, there's the scouting, what it would take, the stats that these teams have on the U.S. and the way they'll line up for them, the managers of these teams. Yeah, I mean, it's just no question that reaching the quarterfinal at this tournament, even on home soil, it would be the most impressive win.
Yeah.
I think most agree they can't win the World Cup. I mean, that was kind of a conversation during the group stage. Can they not make the semis, Nick?
Look, I think the reason that they can't win the World Cup with this team is the reason that a lot of teams, they're not going to stay healthy the whole time, and the depth isn't strong enough. And there's more games than ever. It becomes every few days, and for me, against any team one-off, even France, who would be heavily favored to win, the U.S. has a puncher's chance. There have been years where I wouldn't have told you they have a puncher's chance. Like everyone says, all right, you're going into a game. It's a knockout game. You got here. And I would be like, no, they're going to lose this game. It would take 2 red cards from France or whatever. This is a tournament where if for some reason they don't suffer injuries to Tyler Adams, Malik Tillman, Christian Pulisic, it'll come down to their goalkeeper. And we don't know what we have with him yet, because these are the biggest games of his life. He's never left MLS. He's never left MLS academies. And it's not that he's not good. He's just the biggest question mark they've ever had at a position historically where the U.S. had the best goalkeepers one of the best goalkeepers in the world for a solid 20 years. And for the last 2 tournaments, we just haven't known what we have there. So it's not crazy for them to reach the semifinals. I think they would lose to Spain. But the flip side of that is Spain, aside from Lamine Yamal, they have questions at the back. And if they have one of those unlucky days in front of goal, you could reach the quarterfinals and not have to play Spain. Mm-hmm. So this tournament has really raised a lot of opportunities. I'm just not closing the door on anything yet. I don't think they're going to win the World Cup. I don't think they're going to reach the semifinals. But it's just, I don't want to tell anybody that that would be the craziest thing you've ever heard to have them reach the semifinals. They came within a Torsten Frings handball of beating Germany in the 2002 quarterfinals. Mm-hmm. Or, I'm sorry, of taking Germany to extra time, because too much.
Yeah, I've got I know it's not the World Cup, but I was a kid and I remember watching with buddies when they beat Spain in the Confederations Cup in 2009.
That's right there. That's yeah.
So it's happened.
When you guys were talking after I said those other 2 games, the Confederations Cup in 2009 was probably, that's right there. That might be better than the 2 World Cup games I'm talking about. It ended Spain's 37-game, was it? Unbeaten streak?
Yeah, it would help if the tournament still existed for meaning.
Right. Yeah.
Nick, the rest of the bracket today: Brazil, Japan, Netherlands, Morocco. Is Netherlands, Morocco the best opening round of 32 game you've got?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a potential quarterfinal game in other tournaments, right? This is sensational stuff. The holes, if either team has them, with all due respect to Virgil van Dijk, the holes are the sort of holes that open up opportunities and entertainment, right? So the quality from front to back is going to be fantastic. I can't wait for this game. And, I mean, the day in general is going to be sensational.
What's your take on Norway and France and whether or not losing that game was for the best for Norway? So by winning, France gets Sweden and then Germany in the next round, and they're in the bracket also with Netherlands, Morocco. Norway instead gets Ivory Coast in the first round, and they would have to play Brazil after that. But I'm seeing some accusations that Norway playing its B team there maybe was trying to duck Sweden.
Yeah, and I mean that's a regional-ish rivalry too. I think that they there were a lot of different angles there, right? You put your best on best against France, and you might set your tone for the rest of the tournament too. I think you have known you're getting through, and Odegaard has had some injury history this season. He's one of the reasons that Arsenal wasn't able to seal their title a little bit earlier. Haaland, again, he's a horse, but risking him to win the group, when you take in those variables that you guys have talked about, I don't think there were many wins for them there, right? It's a little bit like, I don't have a comparison. I think everything about it was understandable, except for the fact that they took away a spectacle from the TV for that third game of the group, because that game would have been phenomenal.
Yeah. How far can Norway go, do you think? They've got Brazil in the second round, and
if they win today, I was reading a little bit earlier, Nick, that Japan's one of the most popular upset picks in the first round.
They are. I think that's a little bit, for me, that's a little bit of against Brazil because they haven't won in 20 years. I think Brazil, I redid the bracket the other day on one of those little things where you pick each game, like on the BBC's website or whatever, and I was surprised. I found myself with Brazil and Spain in the final. I think Brazil can win the whole thing. I mean, they have one of those things. It's Van Dijk like 2 or 3 years ago with Gabriel. I hate saying it because he is, sorry, Jeremy, very annoying with Arsenal.
Yes,
but he might be the best center back in the world right now. I think it's between him and Vardiol. And I think they can beat anyone. But Japan is sensational. That's the best part about the way this tournament bracket has broken down. Is I think Japan we would be dreading Japan for the U.S., even though they've beaten them recently in this round. But I think Brazil very, 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 very good.
The other host nations, Nick, I know we obviously prioritize the U.S. Mexico winning all 3 of their games. How good are they? If they win, they would play probably England in the round of 32. Are they good enough that you could see them winning that game?
In Mexico, yeah. I mean, nobody wants to go there. Nobody wants to go there and play Mexico. England is like, what in the world has happened for us? This is we won our group and now we get to go play in Psycho Land. There is nothing to compare to. So a friend of mine who used to coach at the University of Buffalo, he's from New Zealand. He traveled down there for their World Cup qualifier, and he goes, you get escorted through. You have to wait. You have to get there before everyone else on the bus for the away section, right? They bring you there 2 hours before anyone else. You are sitting in a cage, essentially. The seats are caged away from the Mexican fans, and then you have to stay there for an hour after the game. It's just a very difficult place to go. And so right now, Mexico has proven adaptable. They've proven they can beat you in different ways. And because they're at home, all bets are off. Are England better than them? Yes. Should England beat them? Yes. But you can't predict how you're going to adapt to that atmosphere.
Nick Mendola, NBC Soccer, joining us. One victory for Norway early. Sorry, spoiler alert. Hovland beat Scotty Scheffler in the playoff.
Yeah.
Victor Hovland.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Hovland made a 10-footer, and Scheffler missed, what was it,
5-footer? Yeah.
From the same angle?
It was one playoff hole. They both hit the fairway. Scheffler was away, put it to 5 feet, pressure on Hovland. He puts it to 10 feet and then makes the putt, and then Scheffler misses the putt. So.
Yeah, super quick, because I didn't answer your Norway question. They can go as far as they want because they're what I'm saying about the U.S., except they have Erling Haaland.
Yeah, right.
In terms of the golf guys, sorry, you guys are golfers. I need to ask. I was watching Scheffler in the pouring rain yesterday with his lead, and I said, how does he get through this? How is this fair?
Yeah.
Is it kind of insane that he got as far as he did?
It depends. I mean, sometimes if a course is really fast, the rain can help you. It can help you with, softer greens if you're going to go at pins. But, it can also be something to deal with. It's tough. What I was going to ask you, Nick, was on Erling Haaland, have you found – I don't know how you feel about him generally. You're a Newcastle fan. Joe and I are, Joe's a Liverpool fan. I'm an Arsenal fan. And watching him play for Manchester City is, I hate this person. I'd like to launch them into the sun. And in the World Cup, it's like, oh, man, I can't wait to watch that dude play. I hope they win the whole thing. It's just different. I'm enjoying watching him, and I'm enjoying that I am enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, we should all kind of enjoy that experience, regardless of what. He's just more fun, period. But I found that this is maybe the best part about the World Cup and these tournaments. Same exact situation for Mo Salah, right? Like, you're going up against Liverpool for Newcastle. It's not for the league, but it's for a cup game, and you're like, this guy, oh my God, he's diving, this, that. Oh, he scored this amazing goal against me. And then it's Egypt versus Iran or whoever, and you're like, holy cow. You know, even at his age, it's the best part. But Holland, yes, some of the stuff he does, you know, what are they calling it? Do you ever see the bit he did where he took a picture of himself on a plane staring at the TV in front of him and said, I'm raw dogging an 8-hour flight?
Oh, yes.
Genuinely hilarious. So, yeah, a lot of guys like that. And I really do think it's the best part of it. Like, except for Ronaldo, in my opinion, everyone becomes more likable at these things.
Yep.
Does, but while we're on the Stars, Messi scoring 6 in the group stage. Man. The record I looked up this morning is 13 in a World Cup. Nick, does he have a look at that? Because I think he's got a couple of easy games off the start here.
Verde right away.
So he would need 7 more to tie it. So I know that's a haul, but the way he's playing right now, I wonder if he's got a shot at it.
Yeah, I think there is an outside shot at it. The biggest thing going against him is if they have games like that. He turned 39 last week, and I wonder if he went up to them and said, hey, I want to have the winner, and they're like, yeah, we want to have you in the final, dudes. Like, so you're gonna have a little bit of a seat here. That's the other thing about the whole Messi versus Ronaldo debate is Messi would listen.
Right.
There's no risk of really a fit here if it's not going to cost them the game. But yeah, I think that's right. What a tournament it's been for Stars. Like, this is what I feel like it's on a major exaggerated level. It's what we loved about the Four Nations. Like, oh, everyone's seeing how good these guys are. Yeah. And, you know, almost devoid of that not the national, but almost devoid of that club situation. And yeah, he's got a shot at it, but this has just been a tournament of stars, and I mean, couldn't be better, honestly.
Nick Mandola, NBC Soccer. Thanks, Nick. We'll talk Thursday after the U.S. game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Sure. I am all about that. And as usual, I will jump my plug in here. Our men are still tied for first place on the FC Buffalo. We got a game on Friday night, big game. So go to fcbuffalo.org, come hang out, see a real good team, try to win the division.
Beautiful. Sweet. Very good. Friday night, fcbuffalo.org. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, guys.
Talking about the kids staying up. The game's at 8 o'clock on Wednesday.
8 o'clock. Game. It'll end at like 9:45.
Yeah, I'm starting to sell it to the Twins already. Like, hey, do you want to stay up and watch the Team USA game?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of build it into a special event. They won't get bored. Maybe. Hovland.
Scheffler missing the putt.
Hovland thought his putt was going wide. He thought he was missing it right. He kind of leaned and then it dropped.
Yeah.
He gave a big fist pump. And Scheffler stood over his putt for a long time and missed.
Hovland with the pretty measured reaction because you can't really go nuts when the guy misses, right? There's not enough people there, maybe, for that.
Yeah.
Also, it's the Travelers. No offense to the Travelers, but if it was like the U.S. Open, maybe you get more from them.
803-0550. Rick in Buffalo, very fast for the break. Hey, Rick.
Yeah, I'm happy that Mallenstein's extended. Okay, if we can't get Hellebuck, and I hope we do, my second choice, I take Bennington over Bobrovsky every day of the week. I know you won't agree with it, but a change of scenery, why can't Jordan Bennington be good in Buffalo? Thank you.
I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't agree with it. It's not like I'm all in on the Bobrovsky idea. I kind of hate the Bobrovsky idea, but I would say this is the equivalent for me. He was statistically, just double check this, going to Evolving Hockey real quick. I think he was the worst goalie in the NHL last year by goals saved above expected.
Bennington?
Yeah. Yeah, he was. Minus 15. He was really bad. So why am I doing that? I'm doing that. This is the opposite. This is the bizarro Hellebuck idea. Hellebuck is amazing, and you're like, well, I don't know. He's kind of a playoff choker.
And this is
Bennington stinks.
But if you get him to the playoffs.
But he's got the rep. Oh, he's going to show up in the playoffs, though. Big game guy. And I want to bet on the really good goalie that hasn't been so good in the playoffs more than I want to bet on the goalie that's been terrible, that he's just going to flip a switch again.
All right.
Just not my idea. You know what? This is where I'm not a Luukkonen guy. I would love them to upgrade in goal. I don't need to go too far. If these are your best options, it is like, well, I could sign Bobrovsky or I could sign Jordan Binnington. I would just run it back. At that point, just give me Luukkonen and keep going.
One quick note here regarding July 1st and how that's when you can extend contracts, offer sheets, free agents. It's also kind of like the league year. And Joe Marino, not that one, but the other one we talked to, Joe Marino. This is like the NHL Joe Marino on Twitter, if you know him.
Yep.
Many of you do out there following the Sabres. He points out that Josh Norris's trade protection kicks in Wednesday. And UPL will have a 5-team no-trade list that will kick in Wednesday as well. So if you want to trade either of those players before Wednesday to make sure that those protections don't kick in.
Okay.
So take it for what it's worth.
Would he have Winnipeg on that list? Winnipeg's on a lot of
It
guys'
is on
lists.
a lot of lists. However,
that might be interesting. The Sabres might feel like we need to do this before. Maybe Winnipeg thinks you got to do this before Wednesday because we know your guy's about to put us on his list.
The one I wonder about goalies with those lists, because with goalies they want to play, and there aren't that many nets.
That's true.
So,
and he would be the unquestioned number one if he went to Winnipeg.
Right.
And
It would just be a matter of like you might not want to go there, but you're going to have a net.
Right.
And
yeah, that's true.
Like just then again, if he says no, he's like, well, I'm not going to go there because you're not going to get the guy you want anyway.
There have been reports, by the way, about Edmonton with both Luukkonen and Devin Levi.
Okay. Yeah, Levi's another one.
Friedman said this morning. Well, he said they've done real research into Devin Levi this weekend.
All right. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. If you want to pop in on the phones, you can. We're happy to have you here on WGR.
just crept in there on the right side. Who made all those par savers yesterday.
Yeah. Scotty Scheffler missed. Man, I'll tell you, that one playoff hole at the Travelers, really disappointing that Scheffler missed just because it looked like what if we had a 6-hole battle?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Hovland tees off first, drills it.
Mm-hmm.
Scheffler answers a little bit behind him. Scheffler, the approach, drills it 5 feet. Hovland answers. Hovland makes the putt. Scheffler, miss. And by the way, wasn't Hovland, I should ask Brian Koziel this, wasn't Hovland's game complete trash 3 months ago?
It was all last year, and I think at the beginning of this year,
completely lost his game. He's struggling with everything. He's out there on the range for 2 hours after the Masters or something. I feel like Hovland lost his game, which, as someone who likes golf and plays golf, it's always good to see that the professionals, the best ever, I won the tournament, and then 2 months later I couldn't play by my own standard.
Yeah, 13 events this year. He's only had 2 top 10s, 5 top 25s.
Okay.
So not really. He had a 3rd place finish, but nothing else really. And last year, same thing, same story, 18 events, 3 top 10s, not really. He was one of those guys who redid his swing, I think, a year ago. So maybe that's why.
Yeah. That's my excuse too.
I'm going through swing changes.
Yeah.
He's still young, so.
Yeah, the 100 holes, play a lot of golf. You have a lot of time to think about all the different ways you're playing golf. You were asking me when I came on, how many birdies? Bro, it's not the conversation for today. I mean, imagine playing golf and every single – it's spring golf times 2 because it was so wet and rained so much that you would smash a drive and it would roll backwards, plug and come back. And all right, well, how about your second shot? You better hit it above the hole. It's not getting anywhere. Nothing's going anywhere. It's tough. Mentally challenging day on the golf course. The rain did a lot. But anyway, made it through. 803-0550. What else happened this weekend? Soccer games. Knox had some soccer. My son Knox had some soccer games. T-ball.
I learned there is a way to get FIFA World Cup tickets that's they are dropping last-minute tickets, FIFA does, every day at 10 a.m., which was not something that I knew, but they go so fast. They're cheaper. You can go for something that isn't an insane amount, but they all go so quickly. So just an alert if anybody's still trying to get to a game. 10 a.m., find the FIFA World Cup. I think they're calling it the last-minute ticket drop site or whatever it is. Because Nick mentioned, the tickets for Portugal and Croatia are, what are they up to? It was over $1,000 for the cheapest ticket.
Wow.
On the secondary market. It's just you're spending a fortune for nosebleeds, basically.
Saw this. I would have mentioned this, just a random thing. You want to know another sign that Drake May has kind of made it?
What's that?
Alfredo Brown of Reception Perception was talking about Tyler Shuck, and the quote was, if there's one quarterback from this draft class I could see making a Drake May-level jump, it's Tyler Shuck. Drake May is the new Josh Allen-level jump. Now it's the Drake May-level jump. Showed some stuff early. Is he going to go to the next phase? And I also saw there was, it wasn't MVP. What was it? Oh, a random thing here about fantasy football. You were talking fantasy a minute ago. I was just looking up dynasty trade value charts.
Yeah.
Top 2 quarterbacks in dynasty trade value according to Fantasy Pros.
Who's that?
Allen and May.
Allen and May?
Tied. Same value. Mm-hmm. The Drake May has the same value as Josh Allen right now. Drake May, same value in dynasty. He's younger.
He's younger, and he also runs.
He does run. Is he ever going to run like Allen has run? Is he ever going to run in as many touchdowns as Allen is? I don't think so.
Not on touchdowns, probably not. But yards, I bet he'll be pretty close. Yeah. Right? He's already running for 450 yards a year. That's not far off where Allen's been. Allen, though, had a couple of big years rushing. Didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't he get to 700? And I guess that would be the next jump for May. Is he ever going to be a guy who runs for 700? Allen ran for 763 and 762 in back-to-back seasons.
Is he ever going to do that again? Probably not.
And also, while I say hey, May gets to 450 rushing, that's about what Allen's only run for less than 500 once in his entire career.
Right.
So he actually, you probably wouldn't want to say that May's going to ever run like Allen. Allen runs
is
one of the top 3 running quarterbacks of all time.
Here's a fun
it's
one.
Vic and it's Lamar Jackson.
Is Josh Allen going to have an increase in touchdown passes for the first time since 2019? The last time Josh Allen had an increase in touchdown passes was 2019 to 2020.
Yeah.
Since then, 37, 36, 35, 29, 28, 25.
I'll bet yes.
I mean,
he's got to go to 25. He's got to get across 25.
He better.
Yeah, I'm going to say
if
yes.
If he goes down again, we got problems.
Well, I mean, part of...
Joe, he hasn't had an... Let me say it again. He hasn't had an increase in touchdown passes since 2019 to 2020. 25 last year? It's not the same with yardage, but it's close.
Yeah.
It's close. He had an increase in 2022 to 2023 in yards, an increase of 23 yards. Otherwise, it was 4,500, 44, 4280, 43, 37, 36.
Yeah.
I mean, as a passer, he is getting pruned like a tree every year, and this thing better grow back right now. I want fantasy football. Fine. You want to say it's fantasy football? That's fine. I want 4,000 yards and 30 touchdown passes. That's not even asking that much.
No, it's not. It's not. One thing I want to mention, this is a part of that without making it the whole point, because I don't think it's the whole point, is the last couple of years, he's running it in on the tush-push so much more often from the 1-yard line, and that is probably stealing 7 touchdown passes a year from himself, isn't it? He's run the last...
Or it's stealing touchdown rushes from the backs.
Maybe, but he's run for 15, 12, and 14 rushing touchdowns in the last 3 years. The previous 2 years were 7 and 6.
That's right. That's right.
You get to the 1, and there are no passing plays. You get to the 2, there really aren't really passing plays. That's going to take away a couple a year. Again, I don't want to make that the whole point, though, because I do think more of it is they run the ball more in general, and also their passing offense in volume has just gone down in general. So... You know what's happened this weekend is there's a new Brandon Ayuk story every single day.
Yeah, he fired his agent.
Joe's had in the update. He won't go back to California because he's worried about a warrant for his arrest. How is he still on the Niners? That's my question. How have they not cut him?
It's a great question.
Do they think all that's happening is going to make it more likely he's traded?
You still want to trade for him in Dynasty?
No, I'm out. You offered him to me with what? For something for DJ Moore? No, thank you. More and more, I just feel like he'll never play football again. Is that not one of the most likely outcomes?
I mean, it's. I don't know. What do the Commanders feel about it? He's openly courting them.
Is that helping their case?
I don't know.
Do we want this guy? He's talking about us a lot, so maybe that's good. But I don't know. It feels like the Niners part of it is the weird part to me. How have they not cut him? There's no difference cap-wise, whether he's on the team or cut him. Maybe that's why they're not doing it. And the only reasonable argument, and he said that the argument for why they haven't cut him is because they were trying to stick it to him. And maybe he's right on that, because what else explains why they haven't released him? There's no way they're trading him.
803-0550.
Maybe the Niners want something from the Commanders, and the Commanders know that, hey, you are going to come here, and the Niners won't trade him because they want something. Can you just be a crazy person for the next 3 months and get yourself cut so we don't have to give up a 3rd-round pick for you?
Quick thing on the Sabres. Anybody out there have time for the point about how they are not very big and tough right now? To get rid of Tuck and Greenway and to a lesser extent Kesselring, 3 of your large and two of the three leadership council kind of guys, right? That's Greenway and Tuck. I'm just I'm not the one to sit here and say you need big bodies, but it sure seems like Yarmo values that. The draft class indicates they value size and a degree of pugnacity. And I just wonder if one of these guys on this team is going out and someone else is coming in that might give you a little bit of that.
I would want to push back against that. Who's replacing Greenway in the lineup for the full season? Like on the fourth line. Carrick?
Okay.
Am I really losing that much there? Greenway's bigger. Greenway also refused to do anything against Arbor-Zhekai in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So there's that. And, okay, Stanley's going out, right? / Kesselring. Who's coming in? Crevier? Is anyone going to tell me that Stanley, after watching him, was that much more intimidating than Crevier? Knowing nothing about Crevier in that department, other than he's just 6'8". Tuck would be the one. Tuck would be the one where, okay, who am I replacing Tuck with? He's 6'3", and physical. He set the Sabres record for hits in a playoff game.
Not only that, but the way that, we talk about lines all the time. Didn't this team more often go with pairs? And
yes,
it's Tuck and...
The third guy in a line would always
It was
shift.
Tuck and Thompson, and then whoever was going to go up with them, sometimes Benson, sometimes Krebs.
Yep.
Who's the new pair?
Right, because Tage has had the same partner really for...
a long time. And now it's...
the whole time he's been good.
So now who's Tage paired with? Is he on the wing with Norris?
That's a good question.
Is he centering Benson?
I feel like Benson.
Okay, so that's the pair, and then the third piece is interchangeable?
Sure.
That'd
be my guess.
You lost a pair.
Yeah.
So...
yeah, it's a good point. They've played together almost exclusively since Tuck arrived. And that's 5 years now that they've been playing together.
Yeah.
And I would bet Benson, but I guess you could have maybe Doan becomes Tage's guy. Right?
Right. It's just, there's a point to be made about how if you like that the Sabres didn't go the extra money for Tuck or what they got in return for Byram, both situations are players they did want to keep.
Yeah.
But decided we can't given the circumstance. So, I don't know. Do I call it a slam dunk? Is it a home run if you trade away a guy that you wanted to keep for a good value? Or if it were up to Yarmo and I guess if Byram, you take Chicago, hey, Chicago, they're going to give us the fourth pick. If they think you'll sign there, will you sign with them? And if Byram had said, you know what, I will sign here, would Yarmo have said to Chicago, like, never mind, I got my guy? Or once he found out that the fourth pick was in the mix, would he have said, well, I guess like Yarmo, which would you want?
Well,
Byram extended under contract or trade him for the fourth pick?
That's also like I don't want to give him no credit for like, hey, Chicago just they rang the phone and their first offer was, hey, we'll give you the 4th overall pick. Like, I wonder how much work he did to create that market for Byram, because I didn't know if they would have a market for Byram, and they ended up having it. Like, does he only get the 4th pick because he pushed San Jose to offer 9 and 27? Like, hey, I'm getting 2 first-round picks from them. You want him this bad? I need 4. Like, I wonder how that went down, because it wasn't just Chicago. Like, there clearly was value placed in this guy around the league. And I'd want to give him some credit for navigating that, and also getting, it's not just about the 4th pick, like getting the Greenway contract out and then getting 2 other pieces on top of it.
I get it.
Like, they got Zellweger and Crevier out of it because they just flipped the second round pick immediately.
Sure. And I'm good with that. It is, if I've got to be completely like honest here though, the Byram trade is one of these trades that I would refer to as a Kevin Adams trade. Selling pieces away is the easy
when you're pushed into
is the easy part.
Right.
Who are you going to go get? Who are you shopping for? Right. By the way, I've got my flow charts of the NHL. I decided the next thing I'm going to design is a wheel that we spin. And the wheel that you spin will be like, brrr, and it comes up and says, the GM says he's not actively shopping, but if an offer came in, they would listen. Brrr. I'm told this player is not available on the market, but they're receiving calls. Brrr. 37 different versions of the same thing saying, that's more of a deal that I see them making later. Endless rumors, and then this player's actually not available. Oh, okay. That doesn't mean they wouldn't take calls.
That was all the Matthew Nye stuff,
right.
wasn't it?
Oh God, Matthew Nyes. Just for God's sakes,
they were taking calls, but it was going to take an extreme.
You have to blow them away.
Blow them away.
I'm told they're not eager at all. They love this player, but if they had the right offer, spin the wheel again, just like NHL GMs. Just do some moves. All of you, do some stuff. Anyway, it's fine. All right. Jeremy and Joe, Extendo Sports coming up in just a minute. Notice a rattle in your ducts or a rise in your heating and cooling bills? If you do, give Belknap a ring. With 0% financing, the cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green, save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your new installation. Give Belknap a ring at 688-1728 for more comfort and less ka-ching. Give Belknap a ring. Jeremy White here for Z-Bart. There are 8 Z-Bart locations in Buffalo and Rochester. You can find the one closest to you and take care of your vehicle. At Z-Bart, well, they're here to protect your vehicle because the roads, they can be brutal. Rust, corrosion, fly. Just thinking about a random idea here as we get to visual props on our YouTube stream. Talking about Zellweger on the chat, and it's being pointed out like Zellweger's got a lot of room to grow. Which, that's right. Maybe I should get it printed out on like a big playing card. This defenseman has a lot of room to grow. And we'll just play that card every once in a while. Because when you start watching hockey, you learn a few things. And one of the first things you learn is if it's a young defenseman, you simply just say, listen, there's a lot of room to grow. He's only played X number of games. Remember Risto, 400 games in? GMs were like, we're just scratching the surface with this guy.
Uh-huh.
So anyway.
He'll wear, probably, this is what he wore in Anaheim and before that, he'll wear number 51.
Brian Campbell.
He's really the only regular 51
He's gonna
in Sabre history.
Doesn't he play like Brian Campbell, too?
Brian Campbell listed 5'10", 193 pounds. Olin Zellweger, 5'10", 193 pounds. They both wear the same number. They're both offensive defensemen. The difference is I don't feel like I remember Campbell being like a up and down the
Super
ice.
fast.
Yeah, like he was a good skater, but he wasn't winning. Like he wasn't going straight ahead.
This guy is
like
super
that.
fast, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're back tomorrow. Enjoy the World Cup today and, maybe some more Sabres news by the time we get back. Congratulations to Beck Malenstein, the Malin Goat. Your guy, he's back 6 years. 6 years of Malin Goat shirts.